What's up, dude? If you're still here. W. Oh, look at that. Got some strays. Yes. How y'all doing? Morning, good morning, good morning. There we go. You still there, Jake, or no? I figured I'd take a vape, clear out some of the kids. Yep, there we go. Some of them took off. They're like, oh, he vapes. He's a bad person. He's a bad person. Oh, coffee? Yeah. We had to run and get some dog food, and the place where we get the dog food also sells coffee. It worked out. So.
Oh, beautiful.
And while we were there, we also picked up some steak. So. Bam! We went to the co-op in Mount Vernon. It's a great store, you know, but it's like the place that gathers all of the let's just call them opinionators. The blue hair and nose ring people. Not just nose ring, but you know, the cow piercing. Hey, good morning. Yes, Brianna's home. It's her only day off this week. And I came on to tell you and Croc about how last night went. It's stupid expensive at the co-op. It's ridiculous. Dog food is actually kind of reasonable, I suppose. I'm sure if I were to, you know, for a quick, small bag, you know, it's $10 or whatever. But I'm sure if I were to, like, do the math and figure out the weight, it'd be like, this is nuts, you know. But I haven't done that yet, so just the one, just Roxy. There she is. She's a pretty girl. No, rock dog. Oh, Roxy. Mama's second one. Yeah, she is pretty cool looking. She's a pit bull and lab mix. Yeah, shout out to Rock Dog. So she kind of looks like a lab a little bit, but she's kind of muscular, like a pit bull. But she doesn't have like the, not that pit bulls are ugly or anything. You know, some of them have pretty faces, but not all of them. But she has a really pretty, you know, dog face. She's getting older though. She's 12. But she still acts like a puppy. You know, she's got really good genes. Her dad lived till he was 18, and he died of cancer. It wasn't old age. But yeah, the co-op, the prices there are pretty ridiculous on some things. Yeah, Labrador and Pit Bull. It's called a Pit Lab. Pit Lab. Labrador. Same thing, I guess, but you can go to this other store that we go to and get some of the same things that are offered at the co-op for like an eighth of the price. You know, it's like they sell things there, and it's kind of like, because you're buying it here, and we are pinky out, cork sniffing, whatever, we can charge more, like, to give you an idea. How much was the most expensive milk at the co-op at one point?
Like $16.
Like $16 for a gallon of milk. And you can go to this other store and get that same milk, right, for like $4. So the price was ridiculous. Yeah, $16 milk. And it was, it's great milk, It's the type of milk where, like, you have to shake it before you, you pour it out, because, like, the top, there'll be, like, a layer of cream at the top, Yeah, it comes right from the cow. Yeah, 16's expensive. Right, yeah, probably. Probably. Excuse me, but ridiculous, especially since you can go to this other store and get that milk for $4. So it just goes to show the markup that's happening at that place. So we'll go to the co-op, kind of look at everything, and see what they're offering, because they only sell, like, good, clean, whole foods there. And then when we go to the other places, when we see that stuff there, we know that it's, safe or whatever, right? It's not. I'm sure there's other kitchens that are, tiny, and this would make it seem huge or whatever. But, but it's lumpy. Yeah, yeah. If you don't shake this milk, it can pour out some, basically, pieces of, like, butter. I mean, I'd run and grab it for you, but it would trip you out. Like, say this is the gallon of milk, right? There's, like, seriously, like, a line at the top. Like, the milk would be down here, and then up here there's, like, a line of, like, cream, Like, you could take a spoon and pull it out. Oh, you want to see it? All right. got some of that milk, don't we?
The one that's cheaper.
Oh, we don't have the milk.
We have the co-op, or not the co-op. It's the good milk with the colostrum.
Right.
High in colostrum. Mother's milk.
So, I don't know if you can see. Like, there's some at the top there. There's some there. You can see it there. So, before you drink it, you gotta shake it up, right? When you first get it, there's a lot more, but we've been shaking it and drinking it. A lot of it goes down into the milk, and then you just drink it, So it's super creamy. It's killer milk. So, but yeah, that milk at the co-op is stupid expensive. We don't buy it there. Unbreakable bones. I don't know, man. I think I might have broke my hand. It still works, right? But I've broken my hands before. Not this way. The way I broke my hands before was like on in other ways, okay? And let's boxer fractures. Let's just put it that way. And so yeah, I just bruise the hammers go away limping. I drive nails with my hands. How many broken bones have I had? Ooh, 4 or 5. Like, I've broken my skull, I've broken my back, I've broken my hand a couple times. Broke my head bone. I haven't cut my hair in maybe 15 or 20 years. But it's not as long as other people's hair that have been growing it that long. It just stopped growing. It's and Jake in here, apparently he's got the same hair as I do. But this is it's been this long for I can't even remember. This is the longest I've had it. It grew this long and stayed this way. Actually, I've seen Jake's hair. Collarbone, arm, ankle, torn ACL, cracked skull. Yeah. Well, See, it seems like me and you kind of been up to the same bullshit, Jake. You know, except, well, I don't know. I don't know. You know, I broke my skull in a car accident. Um, I almost went through a windshield. You know, imagine this is the windshield, right? I hit the windshield, right? Pushed it out, and then I went sideways in it. So the windshield was pushed out, and then I pushed it all the way out, and then blew it out on this side, right? Because the car the car's driving like this, and I hit something going this way. You know, I was like doing this stuff, and then I hit going that way, right? So I went forward, but then my head went all the way to the edge, and so the windshield was kind of popped out like that, and the center of my head right here, I don't know if you can see it, but I have a scar that goes like this, kind of like a C. The car accident happened maybe over 20 years ago, and I was driving a Datsun 210 or 810. I can't remember which one it was. And those cars were all metal everywhere, metal dash, metal everything. You know, I'm surprised the steering wheel wasn't metal, right? And I hit the edge of the windshield frame and ballooned it out on my forehead, and it was metal. And hair for a year. It's in the middle of their backs. Yeah, I don't know. But they got other problems. You know what I'm saying? They got to get their hair cut like what, every 2 days or something. You know, that's the upkeep on that shit. Just must be crazy. You know, I'd hate to like really care about what my hair looked like and have that type of growth. You know, you'd be spending stupid money on haircuts. Just stupid money. Well, hi, what's your name?
Your wife. Want steak sauce?
Sure.
A1?
Yeah. Yeah, the car would have just been like, ow. Sure, whatever you bring me's fine.
Well, I have steak sauce with Leah and 57 with Leah and parents.
That stuff, it's okay.
Alright, whatever.
Steak and eggs this morning. You know, because we live in Mount Vernon and we're surrounded by cows. Dear Lord, we thank you for this food. We ask that you bless it. We ask that you bless our friends and family. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
All right, so we grew these tomatoes.
Oh man, they were good.
Shout out to the steak and eggs. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You're addicted to honey mustard. Oh, dude. You and me both. Me and honey mustard are friends. Did you have any tomato?
Yeah. I ate them.
Oh, you ate them already?
Yeah. Because they're so sweet.
Yeah, they're pretty good. Got some decent structure.
Yeah, for a small beef steak.
Nice and firm.
I cooked your steak half as long as I cooked mine, and it's like cooked all the way.
Whatever, babe. It seemed like it ballooned up.
It's so tender. Oh my god.
You smell the eggs, Rock Dog? No, you smell the steak, don't you?
Yeah, this is meant for like a sashimi style.
I grow nectarines, apples, and peppers. I like to grow peppers. In fact, I just pulled a couple off the plants that were bigger than the other ones. You know, you want to do that because you can set peppers aside and they'll ripen, you know, even after they're off the plant. And when you pull them off, it allows nutrients to get to the smaller peppers, and then they will begin to grow. So when I'm done here, I'll grab them.
High protein breakfast.
I'll show you what's up. I think yeah, they're the tomatoes we grew. They're strong. They're power lifters. They probably squat like, I don't know, 420.
Have you tried the steak yet?
No.
Oh my god.
God damn, you got a bloody ass steak, baby.
I know. I cooked it half as long as I cooked yours.
I see. Holy shit.
What? Is it not cooked long enough?
No, it's fine. It's just soft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you want to grow your own food if you can. It's get away from these people. You know what I'm saying? The food that they're giving us is poison. Steak and roasted potatoes last night. I stopped at the butcher's when coming home yesterday. Steak is yummy. Blue, rare, and bleeding. Well, there's a limit. My wife used to work at this restaurant that her mom owned, and we hired this guy who I know. Me and Rihanna both went to school with this cat, and nice guy, right? But he's got problems, and he'd be in the back, like, drinking, like, the cooking wine and stuff, trying to get hammered. And anyways, he got a steak sent back because it was undercooked. And we were kind of like, oh, okay, well, you know, maybe it just wasn't to your liking, whatever, we'll look at it. It wasn't cooked. You know what I'm saying? It was like, dude, how did you do that? You know, like what's wrong with you, man? You know, I don't order steak that much when I go out. Me and my wife, we typically go to Mexican restaurants when we go out. Sometimes we go to restaurants.
Yeah.
I said we typically go to like Mexican.
Huh?
And maybe like a burger joint. We have one steakhouse, like,
Nashville's.
yeah, in town. I mean, other places like offer steak and all that other stuff, but we have like one.
Yeah, there's the Texas Roadhouse in Bellingham. They have
Right.
steak.
Right.
There's a seafood, LaConner Seafood and Prime Rib.
Were we a couple were me and Rihanna a couple in school?
Yes.
We did it in school?
One time in high school, one time in middle school.
Yeah, we did it in high school and in middle school. I'm sure you can hear her. And I'm just, Yeah, we've been dating off and on for 30 years.
Well, it was 28 years or 25 years. Then we got married.
Right, so.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I guess you can take some of the time off of that 30 years because we've been married for some of it.
7.
We've been married for 7 years. I guess. I don't keep track of any of that shit.
Almost 8.
Because to me, it doesn't matter. And I'm sure that there's some guys or some women out there that are like, oh my God, you don't. No, I don't care. I don't care how long I've been married. I don't think about it. It's not important to me.
No, it's like one of us will remember, like, oh shit, it's our anniversary. Should we go to dinner or something? Yeah, let's just like go out to dinner. But we like go out to dinner anyway. It's like nothing really special.
Yeah.
We love each other, and that's all that matters.
Anthony's has the best steaks in Washington. Anthony's?
Anthony's, yes, it's in Bellingham, and Anacortes. Hearthfire Grill is in Bellingham, and
There's an Anthony's in Anacortes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Should we go there?
Sometime, sure.
All right.
For my birthday?
Whatever you want, babe. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, let's go for my birthday. It's on Monday.
All right.
I'm gonna be 44.
Old. That's exactly how I like it.
How's your steak?
It's great. Overcooked, huh? What was some funny moments at the wedding? I'll tell you one, okay?
I know what you're gonna say already.
What's this?
About his robe.
Oh well, there's that. I was
Baby
gonna talk
blanket.
about Joe's mom.
That wasn't our wedding.
Oh,
No.
okay. Well, no, what was that? Or
That was Joe's birthday.
at our place?
No. They've never been here.
Yeah, they have. His dad and his mom came here. Yes, babe.
I don't remember that.
All right. Well, then you must have been hammered or something. I don't know.
No.
Because I remember I was sitting on the couch, and I remember because like his mom comes in, she's all super happy and whatever, and then the dad comes in, he's just kind of got this look on his face like another one of Joe's fucking friends, like
This was at Sarah and Joe's house.
no.
Whatever. I'm not gonna argue with you.
Yeah, good. So, anyways, the guy we were married by one of our friends, okay? Because he's a reverend.
He's ordained. He's not.
That's what that is.
Yeah, whatever.
And
Anybody can get ordained.
right. So
That's why we need to.
he was like, "I'll marry you guys for free if I can wear what I want to wear." We were like, "Whatever." And he basically showed up in like a baby blanket that was turned into like some kind of
That's a robe.
a robe. It had like little, I don't know, like rockets and
Unicorns.
and shit on it. No, his name was the Reverend
Jason.
Jason. Okay,
One of the many Jasons we
Yeah,
know.
we know a lot of Jasons. I shouldn't be forgetting his name. I'm good friends with the guy. Just a brain fart. But, he's an ordained minister. So, what I'm talking about, what was funny to me, was Joe's mom comes up to me. And this is when Rihanna was pregnant. Okay? And she's, going around talking to Rihanna and talking to everybody else. She, at some point, finds out that Rihanna's pregnant. Right? Then she comes over to me. She's like, hey, I found out Rihanna's pregnant. And I was like, yeah, she's pregnant. She's like, I bet you're enjoying having all that pregnant sex, huh? And I'm like, I'm not even paying attention to her, right? I'm like looking down, doing something. And I look up at her, and she's all... And I'm just like, who the fuck is this lady? Like... Oh, look at that.
What?
Something took a bite out of this thing and probably died.
Yeah. There is wire on this fucking blanket. Gotta stop leaving that shit
Right.
everywhere. It's gonna get stuck in her paw somehow. Yeah. So to clarify, Rihanna doesn't have any kids. I miscarried shortly after that.
Yeah, no, we didn't have any kids. So here's the peppers that I picked. There's a few kinds in here. They're mostly these ones. Okay? But there's also these guys. You can see the difference, right? These ones kind of get these, kind of, I don't know, Harry Potter look, I guess. Kind of wizardy. And these ones are kind of more, peppercini looking. All right, man. And this one is, something took a bite of it. It looks like a slug. But it's been a while. You can tell because the hole is healed. This is probably pretty spicy. I don't know what variety of jalapeno it is. Some are hot, some are very hot, some are not so hot. What's the hottest pepper I've ever eaten? I couldn't tell you the name. It was some Asian pepper. It was really tiny, really skinny, and bright red. And that thing was really, really, really hot. I grow habaneros. All the time. I didn't grow any this year, but I really like habaneros. Habaneros are, they're really hot, right? But they have a really good flavor to them. But yes, it was of the Asian persuasion. um, I'll probably grow more of those next year because I had forgotten that I harvested seeds from that variety, and I have them saved. I've got all kinds of seeds that I just forget that I have, you know. So I'm glad she found this wire. In fact, I remember cutting this off and seeing it go pew, and I had no idea where it went. But yeah, I was kind of waiting for Croc to show up here. I'm sure he will at some point. But if I don't wait for him, I know I'm going to end up having to tell this story twice. Oh well, I'll just tell it twice. What about the Peruvian puff pepper? I don't know. What is that? I haven't heard of the Peruvian puff pepper. You know. Will that blow your head off or what? Is it really hot or is it not? Okay. Absolutely. Okay. How does it rank on on a spice scale? Let's just look it up, huh? I mean, let's not mess around. Peruvian puff pepper Scoville units. Okay. It's actually not that bad. It's known as the white habanero. Which is kind of weird because it doesn't look anything like a habanero. Let's look at this. See if it's even listed. That's dumb. That pisses me off. You know, it's like you search for something, right? And then it gives you a list of, like some list of like where it will rank. And it's not there. You know? But a regular habanero is typically hotter. Okay, yeah, you do that, CJ. Do whatever you got to do. I'll wait for everybody. So. So, is that what they look like? The Peruvian puff pepper? Because that's what this is telling me it is. But then there's this over here. Peruvian puff, man. which looks a little bit different. That actually kind of looks like the small red chilies that I was growing, except they were, actually they kind of look more like these guys. A little bit shorter and had a little bit of a curl to them. Yeah, I don't know. Have a little bit of a curl to them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think that first picture was kind of wrong. Because there's like, I've also noticed that different places in the world will they'll call the same pepper different things, and they'll call different peppers the same thing. You know, it's kind of a trip. Yeah, this is, yeah, I'm getting into some pictures here that are all completely different. You know, I don't know. I don't know my ethnicity, to be honest with you. There's rumors, but it's not really traceable because my grandfather was adopted, right? And my that's on my dad's side, right? And we haven't really talked about that stuff, you know. I've heard that my mom, she had like some kind of native in her, like she's from Canada, right? And it would have been like one of the way up north ones, you know. But no idea. I have no idea, and I don't really care. You know, I'm a dude. You know, I just don't give a shit. You know. Which is why I think it's really dumb when people get like really tribal over stuff like that. You know, like I'm this and you're not this, and so I need to hate you, or you're not in this club, or whatever. And it's like, to me, that's really smooth-brained thinking. You know. Yeah, we're all human. And, you know, when people start talking like that, red flags start going off in my head. Because it's a window into their mind that no matter how they might behave or speak in public, right, in order to be accepted or whatever, you know, it's kind of a window into the types of conversations they might have behind closed doors, and the thoughts that they might have when they're alone. You know, it's to me, racism is blind. You know. So, sure, it's they're looking at things, and they're making judgments. So they're seeing in one way, but they're failing to see a lot. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. That's the way I view it too. You know, I don't really care which religion you are, unless your religion states in it, our purpose is to take over the world and make everyone this religion, and if they refuse, we kill them. That's the only religion I have a problem with. So, that's my view on that. You know, if you don't want to kill me, you know, yeah, sure, I don't have a problem with you. Personally, I'm not religious, but yeah, if someone else is, I can respect that. If their religion makes them a better person, then more power to them, is what I say. Sure. Yeah. Most religions do that. You know, if it forces them to conform to a higher ethical standard, you know, but not all religions are like that. Not all of them are. And, you know, people that haven't educated themselves on the world religions kind of think that they're all kind of the same, you know, and they all do that. But, you know, once you take the time to look into them, you learn that only some of them are like that. And there definitely are religions out there that state in their books they are commanded to go out and force the world to think like them. And if they don't, kill them. Don't believe me. Believe their books. that they read. But I'm charging the battery for this thing. I was thinking I was gonna maybe build some more coils today. As you can tell, I vape, right? Probably, and I build coils, my own coils. Yeah, my hand better get better by tomorrow, otherwise I'm gonna be pissed. Because I'm supposed to play some music. And last week, my hand was screaming. Thoughts on Mary Jane? Well, I grew it for about 20 years. I grew it and I sold it, and it was my life, 100% my life for a long time. I made concentrates, I made tinctures, I made food, and I sold all these things. This is, back when it was medical only, and also after it became recreational, I continued to do it. I had an operation referred to as a collective, right? And I grew a lot of pot. I don't know if I've shown Jake or not one of my weed stems, but it's like a baseball bat. It's a massive. I just held on to it for whatever reason, and it wasn't even the biggest one that I've ever grown, but it was just, one of them, and but my views on it have changed. So, what kind of music do I play? I play stoner slash sludge metal. I guess rock metal, stoner slash sludge metal. It's, not extremely popular music, but it's becoming more popular in these recent years. There's a lot more bands that are being put out and pushed by the people that run the show, and so it's becoming more popular. But I can play you a little bit of it. Oh, wrong phone. How long have I been doing music? I've been playing music for over 30 years. Now, this is a video from my channel. When I take a hit in the right settings or never touch it again. That's hard to say. That's hard to say. Now, the video I'm about to show you is before we added our additional guitar player. Okay, so we have 2 guitar players now, and he's actually in the process of learning our songs. So he's jammed with us maybe 4 or 5 times. I'm not sure, but this isn't going to sound good. You know, it's going to be through my phone here, but you know. Yeah. Anyway, all types of music: blues, country, R&B, rap, rock. Okay, right on. That's cool. I mostly listen to metal, but I can respect all talent. You know, um, there isn't much talent in the rap world. Most of the talent comes from the people that are making their music for them and writing their lyrics for them. You know, because let's face it, a lot of those people have double-digit IQs. And the people that run the show, they're not going to leave it up to this guy to, you know, take the reins, you know. Sure, he might have done all the footwork to get to wherever he is now, but now I'm talking about new rap. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 90s and earlier stuff. Those guys wrote their own stuff, you know. But you know, and the underground stuff, yeah, those guys write their own stuff. You know, those people don't have, you know, an entity that is invested in them, that isn't willing to lose money on their investment. You know. So, in order to prevent them losing their money, they're like, you're just going to be the face, you know. So make sure you do all the stupid things that we tell you to do, and we're going to give you music, and then you just go out there and do the dance. And people that aren't aware of this, they just refuse to believe it because they love these people, and no way, he's real, he's authentic. Yeah, it's like, no, come on, you're nope, 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 nope. This guy doesn't even know the difference between 4/4 and 6/8, and counting, and he's not a musician, you know. But some of these guys, they actually don't need to know those things. They just have natural talent. So it's not 100% like that all the time. People that feel the music, right? But whatever. I don't know. I can get real opinionated and passionate about stuff like that. Because I've been a musician for a long time. And I care about what I'm doing, and I actually sit and write songs. And you look on the television, you see what's popular right now, and they're singing about clapping cheeks and popping pussy, and um, just it's like, oh wow, you know, maybe I should just do that. You know, this is why you have rappers back in the early 2000s who graduated from Harvard, right? These guys graduated from Harvard, and instead of pursuing what they uh, graduated in, they decided to pursue rap. And instead of talking about like things that they learned in their higher education, they decided to dumb themselves down and speak to their target audience. And yeah, okay. It's like, and you listen to stuff and you're like, this guy's a dumbass. No, fucking dude went to Harvard, you know. Like, no shit. Truth, Which to me would be insulting. You know what I'm saying? Like if I figured out that these guys were like essentially talking down to me, because they viewed me as like kind of retarded. But whatever. I don't listen to that music. I listen to metal. But, metal has its own problems too. Has the guys that come out and, you know, all the imagery, you know, and they have to, some of the guys think they need to look a certain way, and have, it's I don't know. I'm just not into any of that stuff. So when I see like new artists and they're made up a certain way, I can just immediately know what group they're catering to, whether or not their music is good or not, you know. But most of that stuff, they don't even have like a band, playing for them. You know, they might when they go on tour or whatever, but you can tell just by listening to it that their music's like studio magic, you know. Some did. Some really did. Some were actors. You know, like a lot of people think that like Tupac and stuff lived that life. You know, he convinced a lot of people that he was a G and a gangster and all that stuff. But yeah, lo and behold, it turns out he was a gay actor. You know. So, yeah, dude. If he wasn't gay, he was very femme. Like, let me see if I can find the video. And you watch it, and there's really no other conclusion that you can come to. Let me see if I can find this video. This is before he was famous. Okay. And before he played that role in some movie where he played like some thug, you know, like he played some role in a film where he played a thug, right? And then after that, he just kept that persona. He just, you know, maybe it'll come up. We'll see. Oh, here we go.
Okay, my name is Tupac Shakur, and I attend Tampa High School, and I'm 17 years old.
Do you like being 17?
And it's like 17 is such a weird age. It's such a in the middle age. You're not 18 yet. You're older than 16. So. But I like it. It's nice. It's like a learning stage. Okay. My name
Okay,
is
that
Tupac.
that doesn't show the whole thing.
It's like my mom because I'm arrogant. Totally arrogant. I agree. I have to say, like at work, I can't hold a job. I just quit my job today, actually, because I wanted to come and do this. And they wouldn't let me. And I felt like it was important, and it was more important than serving pizza. And I felt like since I'm an actor, they should understand. They should have let me do it. But they didn't. And then I had a cold. So they were making me work in a freezer. And I'm really not wanting to be disrespected. And I felt like that was disrespectful because I asked to go, you know. So I quit. And he told me I couldn't quit. And that even made me hyper. I'm arrogant. So when he told me I couldn't quit and we had all these customers, I chose that time to jump on the soapbox, grab my leather jacket.
There was never any proof Tupac was gay, but in regards to his thug lifestyle, even some family, friends, and enemies said he was really gross. Yeah, there's no proof, but I watched that video and I see a very feminine man. You know, and I'm not saying that some gay dudes can't be gangster. You know what I'm saying? Like there are accounts of trans people being super, super gangster. And I watched this comic and he was talking about this. He was like, yeah, dude, I do not go to these areas anymore because of the types of trans they have there. He was like, I do not want to get shot by some dude that's then going to throw a purse over his shoulder and sashay away. You know, but those, you get what I'm saying? But he's commenting on like this new breed of gangsters that have come out. And they're these, I don't know, these gangster tranny fucking people. Right. He could have just been super metro, and super feminine, you know, but I see that. I see the hand gestures. I see the, you know, yeah, right. And raised by his mom. He probably took on a lot of his mom's shit. And a lot of kids do that. You know what I'm saying? Especially if she's like, you know, a strong woman, right? One that claps when they talk and blah blah blah. You know, they see that and they're like, "Oh, okay, this is strength. Volume means whatever." And you know, they identify with that and they attribute, you know, they take on that shit, you know, and unknowingly, you know, to everyone else, they just look like a gay dude, you know, when they're not. Do you get what I'm saying? But so yeah, maybe he wasn't gay. Maybe. He definitely looks gay. And I've heard from people on videos that knew him, that's the way he acted until he played some role that was masculine, and from then on, he just kind of kept that persona and just rocked it until he died. Nobody really knew Tupac's real father, though. Yeah, I don't know. If Tupac didn't have his real dad in his life and his stepdad was incarcerated, who did he really have to teach him? Be a man, you know. Exactly. That's what I was saying. You know, all of his strength came from a woman. But it was no proof that he was gay. I don't know him personally, so I can't say if he was or wasn't. Yeah, that's right. I'm not saying if he was or wasn't gay. I'm saying he looked gay and acted gay. To me, you know, I have gay friends. I have gay family members. He acts like them. You know, maybe not quite as many S's, right? But whatever. You know, it's I don't know. Good morning, Croc. Yeah, I'm kind of been waiting for you to show up. You're straight and you act like that sometimes. Well, that's fine, right? But you'd understand why people might think you were gay when you were acting like that, right? Like if you were acting like that. Like I'm a I like I have um gay relatives and they don't even act so some of them don't act gay and they actually don't like they have references that they've come up with um, for this new wave of gay people, the ones that act like girls, and they call them "hear 'em coming" gays. You know, um, and it honestly bothers them. You know, it. I don't know. You know, they think it's weird, and after explaining it to me, I kind of think it's weird too. No, no disrespect. Um, that stating facts should not be seen as disrespectful. You know, the only people that see it as disrespectful are people that want to deny facts. You know, the flamboyant shit is just ridiculous. Right, right. And uh they think so too. That's why they I don't know if they coined the term, but I heard it from my uncle who's gay and so is his husband. Let's hope, you know. And they they call him "hear him coming" gays. You know, oh, he's one of those "hear him coming" gays. You know, the kinds that like have to make sure everybody knows that they're gay. You know, they come in the door, hey, oh girl, S's, 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 S's. You know, and and you know, don't get upset with me for saying this. This is I'm relaying a message to you from a gay man. You know. Well, thanks. I'll get right on that. Right, and that's how it used to be. You know, they didn't have to go out and make sure everybody knew. You know, and once it was kind of explained to me that this is put into perspective that it's weird even to gay people. It was like I thought about it. And I was like, yeah, straight people don't go around and have to make sure everybody in the room knows that they're straight. You know what I'm saying? If they did that, people would be like, I kind of think this dude's gay. Like, how come he is trying so hard to make sure everybody knows that he's straight? You know? They're a good actor, actress, comedian, just happen to be gay. So, a dude in Colorado named Adam. Monday morning, I'll be here, then you can relate it. Don't get your hopes up. All right. Well, now that both Croc and well, let me see how long I've been charging that battery out there. I'll be right back. Let me go grab something. Okay. Okay. You're gay. Okay, let me catch up here. That he was straight until he started kissing that dude. Jake, am I gay for kissing my dog? No, but the dog is. You're gay. Oh yeah. Hello to the chair. How's it going, chair? Just chilling. Okay, same here. You getting to know my chair? Okay. You're gay if you don't give your puppy kisses on the nose. Welcome back. Hello to your long ago. Okay. You know, I love these damn things. They're just so delicious. They taste like berries. It blows my mind. No, they're called ground cherries. They're a cross between a tomatillo and a tomato. So see how they kind of look like a tomatillo, right? The structure is slightly different, right? But inside is a little tomato-like thing, and they're like a tomato, right, in the skin and the insides and everything, but they're sweet like a berry. And I'm guessing that's why they're called ground cherries. And I've noticed that the sweetest ones are the ones that have fallen. Like you'll go out to the plant, right? And there'll be like a few like on the ground underneath the plant. So you just go and you just pick those ones up. And those are the ones that are ready, you know. And, you know, those are the ones that kind of look like this. And the ones that are less ripe look like this. So this one would be less sweet. Still totally sweet, but not as sweet as these. No. I grow my plants in pots. I have a garden, you know. I could grow, you know, quite a bit of stuff in the garden. I could if I wanted to, but I think what I'm going to eventually do is replace that garden area with raised beds. And it's just an easier system. You know, it keeps things off the ground. It's higher to you, so you don't have to bend down as much. And the dirt's easier to, well, it's about the same to amend. And a clever rat. What is it? It's a ground cherry. Those are called ground cherries. Okay, I want to try some of these peppers. A raccoon, yes. I got my dog. You okay? Ooh. What kind of car is it on the calendar? Let me see. I'm surprised you can see that. That is a 1974 Dodge Challenger. All right, so this is definitely a jalapeno. I cut off that little bite mark. Yeah, Dodge Mopar. this week. Huh. What kind of pepper was it? Do you know? What did it look like? Try this guy. Green and really small. Huh. Was it wrinkly? Did it have a curve to it? Or was it smooth? No, I don't have that type of car. No, I don't. I've got a Honda CRV, a Honda Fit, and a Chevy Silverado. Smooth with a curve. Ooh. Ooh. Mmm. This one don't fuck around. Okay. After those first two, I just kind of went right in for this one. Ooh. I should have known. It's got that. This tastes good though. It's a good pepper. It burns wherever it touches, right? It's increasing. When I breathe out of my nose, it makes my nose burn. So just the pepper air is hot. Yeah. Not as hot as a habanero. But yeah, this is hot. It tastes really good though. We're getting into the danger zone here. Motherfucker. All right. Pussy shit. Snack them. Just eat them. Okay. I'm starting to sweat. Oh, man. You know it's good if it makes you sweat. All right, so how last night went at the Foster night outing. Lots of kids, man. It took you 2 months to eat it. Huh. That's cool. I might want to try one of those. I learned later that there was a bunch of kids that we never even saw because they were in different parts of the building. And I was a table host. Come to find out, that's what my duties were. Which was, I was, there's people that get assigned to different duties. Some people are like, they become a greeter. Some people serve drinks. Some people, whatever. There's 100 things you can do, right? But I was a table host, and my job was to sit at a table with another partner, and these kids, call them a handler or something, the person that was responsible for bringing and taking this particular group of kids, right? And me and my partner were sitting at a table with kids that had disabilities, right? So everyone except for one was in a wheelchair. And very sweet kids. In our room, there was ages from maybe 5 to 17, right? And well, I'll start with the activities. We played games with them. We would do certain activities, and they would win tickets, right? And these tickets they could exchange for gifts, right? And some of the activities were, there was a dunk tank, right? And like where you take a ball and you throw it at the thing, and it would get pushed in, and then the dude falls into the tank, and the cylinder that the dude was falling into had like see-through on one side, like a piece of plexiglass or whatever you want to call it, so you could see him fall into the water and blah blah blah. And I mean, these kids that were volunteering to fall into the water were gangsters, because it was cold as shit, it was raining, and I would not want to be doing that, but they were doing it for these kids, right? And there was also like a gold panning. It was a Western theme, right? So we also had this other like kiddie pool set up, and the kids can go up and pan for gold in it. And then there was also another kiddie pool where the kids can go up and fish, right? And there wasn't real fish in there. It was just like these toy poles that, you put into the, sorry, I'm getting some funny memories. Uh, put the pole in there, and it was like magnets, and the magnets would, connect to the mouth of the fish that also had a magnet in it, and you'd pull out the fish, and, you'd get tickets, Did they have a cornhole board, beanbag tossing thingy? No. They didn't have that, but they had horseshoes. And they also had, you guys know the game Connect 4? Right? Where you take the coin-like things and you drop it down and you try to connect 4, right? They had one that was, probably this tall, right? And the coins were like this, and you could go up to it and play this game against, other kids or whatever. And there was also like one of those basketball hoop things where you make the shot and the ball will roll back to you. It's normally like in arcades, right? But this didn't have any electronics hooked up to it. It just it was just imagine that without it being like an electronic game. It was just a place to shoot and get tickets. And they also had this thing, they had face painting set up. They had a place where you could draw art. They had this other thing that was spinning, right? And it had targets on the end, right? Connected by these, PVC things, right? And it was spinning, and you would take like your Nerf gun that was like a 6-shooter, right? And try and hit the targets, and for each one that you hit, you'd get tickets, right? All this stuff was for tickets, so you could exchange for, these different gifts, which were really cool, from, backpacks to shoes to school supplies and, just things that kids need and would think are really cool, right? And yeah, like treats and gifts and stuff, right? Then at the end, when everybody was inside the auditorium, somebody came up to me and was like, hey, do you want to shoot off one of these things? And it was like one of those things that you twist at the bottom and it shoots out a bunch of confetti, and inside of each one of those had like these special tickets. Yeah, no, I'm sure I could vape, not in the church, right? This was inside of our church, but I'm sure I could sneak off and vape or whatever, People, they know me there. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been going to that church for, 8 years or whatever, and they've figured out who Adam is. You know what I'm saying? So, plus, I don't give a shit. I'm real. I don't go there and fake who I am, and they actually appreciate that about me. I've been told that by, the lead pastor, and I've heard him say that to other people there too, like, Adam's a real one, and, so it's a cool environment. But because there's kids there, yeah, I probably would have, done one of these tricks. Where you fold it up. No vapor. You know, probably not, you know, exposing myself. But what I normally do is blow it into my sleeve if I'm wearing a sweatshirt, you know, and it doesn't, you know, do that. And since it's not smoke, it doesn't stink. You know, it smells like, you know, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, you know. But, yeah. But what I did do is I just brought like some Zins, you know, some of the nicotine pouches, and I just had one in 100% of the time I was there. You know, and I would be switching them out, you know. But so we at the end, you know, we shot off the things, and these things had a bunch of gold confetti type stuff in it, and special tickets in it, right? Each one of the things. There was 4 guns that were shot off, and each one of them had 1 or 2 tickets in it with different colors. You know, one was white, or 2 were white, 1 was bronze, 1 was gold, or something like that. I can't remember. It doesn't really matter. But each one of those indicated your prize. And they were like these gift baskets, which were pretty cool. You know, like a kid would be stoked on getting these things, right? And one of them, the gifts, was 2 cakes, right? And one of them you got to keep, and the other one you got to smash in the face of one of the leaders there who was sitting on the stage. And the little girl that got the cakes, she was like, "Oh, I want to keep this one. It looks tasty." So she smashed the chocolate cake in dude's face, and it was pretty brutal. Because it wasn't like a massive cake, you know, it was a cake that was probably this big around, right? So she could really hit it, you know. It wasn't like she was like, you know, she got him hard. I'm sure some of it like ended up under his eyelids and whatever, and in it up his nose and whatever, you know. But it was a good time. Everybody seemed to really enjoy themselves, you know. But it was kind of hard for me to see these kids, and because you understand the position that they're in, and you hurt for them. Oh yeah, there was the petting zoo also. There was goats, horses, and cows, and these animals were very healthy. You know, like you see videos. We have healthy animals out here anyway. But these were like show animals, you know. No runny noses, none of that stuff that you see like in the places that are like, you know, packing the animals, you know, and there's like no grass and they have to feed them. And no, there was no zombies, there was no there was no snakes or scorpions in the petting area. So, you know, we wheeled the kids out to our group. You know, we wheeled them out to the you know, the horses and the cows. The kids were really particularly interested in the cows for whatever reason. Breed corn snakes. Corn snakes are cool, especially if you get into like the cool colors and stuff. But yeah, it was really cool for them. Um, but yeah, it was, you know, that stuff really pulls at your heartstrings, when you see these kids and you think about their situation. And there's the kids that are so young that they don't even understand where they're at yet, right? And you feel for them because they're eventually going to. And then you see the kids that are old enough and they know what's going on, and they feel like they're um, uh, disposed garbage, you know, and and they're wearing it, so it's it can be tough. It can be tough to see that. Yes, yeah. I mean, these kids were um, very happy while they were there. A lot of shouting and yelling, and they this was a special time for them. And the best thing you can do is just give them your full attention. You know, when you're talking to them, and a lot of these kids, they're not used to that. They can shy away and all that, and attention can actually make them uncomfortable, because they just don't get it, so, but it was a success, I would say. It was a good time, and everybody, by the end of the thing, I got there at 6 o'clock, and I didn't leave until like 9 something, and no, 5. Yeah, I was there at 5. That's when I got there. So we did the whole thing, and then spent maybe an hour or so cleaning up, and a lot of people left, and didn't really take part in that because they probably had things to do, right? But whatever, I saw that there was things to do here, and so I just pitched in and moved chairs and stacked tables and just did whatever I needed to do, you know. So yeah, of course I stuck around. Throwing snowballs, yeah, stuff like that's fun, that's good stuff. But yeah, it was a good time. I'm gonna do that every time it happens now. That's the first time I've been a part of that in that capacity. So there's my church is full of really good people. It's very good people. Yeah. I think, I think it's our duty to be a part of that. You know, the world has a lot of hurt in it, and it's one thing to bitch about that stuff and all that, but if you're gonna bitch about it, you know, do something. I don't think you really have a right to complain if you're not gonna actually get off your ass and do something. I don't know. That's just my view. So, anyways, it was a good time. It was a great time. You know, it's kind of like the saying, "Be the change you want to see in the world." You know, it's kind of like that Michael Jackson song, "The Man in the Mirror." That's pretty much what that whole song's about. Yeah, there's going to be other stuff that we do. Um, I don't know if you were following or had subbed yet when I had gone to the youth camping trip. I literally just got back not too long ago from a youth camping trip where I went and spent the weekend with a bunch of kids and served as like a chaperone, I guess you could call it. 2 weeks ago. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. But that was a good time too. Okay, 5 days. Yeah, I figured it wasn't quite long enough. Not quite long enough, but whatever. Now that you're here, you'll get to see all the stuff and the things that I get up to. All my shenanigans. Long enough to get you to the city. Yeah. Maybe next time you have to go, you won't get sent to the wrong place. That was kind of dumb. Um, Even on this end, I couldn't imagine, being on your end and you know setting out to do that, and then you getting there and then being like, "What are you doing here?" What do you mean? Yeah, we don't do that here. Oh, Darn it. Someone's cooking bacon. You know what? That means they are cool people. I would just walk around with a plate and make some new friends. You know? Start knocking on doors. Be like, hey, I smell bacon. Is it your fault? I'm the bacon inspector. I want to see if your bacon's up to par. I'm probably going to have to test all of it. All the bacons. Well, that's good. I'm glad I could help you. Did you end up actually getting done what you needed to do? You know, I don't know if you mentioned that or if the whole trip was kind of a bust. Come on. Still plan on getting some hockey gear, going to my upstairs neighbors. Huh, that's funny. Yeah, do it. He'd probably be like, oh, what are you talking about? Be like, the noise. Asshole. You have to go back next week. Okay. Well, that's fantastic. So I don't even remember asking. So this is why I like people with a memory, which I don't really have. Notice Rihanna was like, that's not how it went. No, you know, she understands. I just can't remember shit. You know, I'm improving. Um, things have gotten a lot better, but you know, it's been a few years now. But I had a really bad seizure, and it wiped my brain completely. Completely. Zero in my head. Except for like raccoon farts. My head was just, all I had in my head was raccoon farts. Oh shit, Sparkle, what's going on, dudette? Everybody say hi to Sparkle. Jake knows her. government office shit is done. Yeah. I cuss a little bit. Damn it, Steve. Scuba Steve, damn you. Come on. Come out of there. There we go. Reminds me of Coco. Holy shit, my face. Bubs, how DOT? How dot? Am I missing something? Oh, okay, you're not talking to me. That makes sense. Come on. Yeah, it's the weekend. Chilling. Oh, okay, Dot. Okay. So Bubs is Jake. All right. I'm used to you guys calling him Jakey. I call him Jakey Bubs. Okay. Oh, Dot, I says, my gosh, my daughter. No offense, Sparkle. One of my apartment neighbors says a dog named Sparkle. Everybody used to have a dog named Jake. My dad had a dog named Jake. I never met him. This is long before I was born. But I learned about this dog when my dad was telling me about how his dog used to sit against the passenger door in his truck when he was like in high school, until one day he made a left-hand turn and the door flew open and he rolled out of the car, and then ever since then he sat right up against my dad and would lean into every turn. I have a lot of names. Yes. He's Bubs to me. I'm gonna start calling Jake Schmoopy. Hi, Schmoopy. Oh no, Croc. The Schmoopster. Schmoopy Doo. Yeah, I see you. Son of a bitch. I think I grabbed the wrong loop. I mean, it's the right thickness, but it's giving me the wrong angle here. This thin wire, man. Keep offering to take the dog. Well, I can normally just gun it, right? But it's because each wire has, oh, what? We got a couple lines poking out from behind the clouds, and it's pretending it wants to get sunshiny. You got to treat every wire different, and it's just an asshole, is what it is. These wires are assholes. All right. Well, we'll see you in a bit, Miss Sparkle, or Mrs. Sparkle. All right, can I stretch this out? If I can, I don't have to do anything crazy. Get over here. Sparky. So is anybody doing anything cool today? Anybody got any plans? I have like 0 plans. My plans today are to just kind of chill, I saw Bill at the thing. He also goes to my church, grocery shopping, and he was like, because he went on vacation, and he got back from vacation like an hour before that thing last night. So he got home, didn't even unload his stuff, and then went to the thing, right? And because we do what we got to do. And anyways, we started playing a little bit of foosball. There was a foosball table there. We saw it, and we were like, hey, you want to play some of this? And he was like, sure, we used to go to the bar. So we started playing some foosball, and he started talking about some help coming up, and he mentioned a place that is down south, and I was like, well, has homeboy, because that dude had a situation, right? He had COVID, and that's why we pushed that back and continued working up here on this other place, because we were going to like do some work here, go down there, then come back up here and work some more, but or help some more. And so we he used to just tell me, hey, they're ready for us down there. I was like, dude, it's only been like a week. That stuff kind of lingers for like 11 days. And he was like, oh, that's right. Well, we can push it out. So, I'm not going to be doing anything for a little bit more time. You're totally waiting on a bed frame and mattress delivery. I am? Yeah, I totally. Whoa. Shopping, baby. Hike in the foothills. I'm kind of waiting on a bed frame and mattress. Oh, okay. Yeah, I totally am. I hate waiting for crap like this because the tracking means nothing. They just change it. Yeah, right. Updating. Like Rihanna, she had some package that was supposed to show up. I forget what it was. Soap, deodorant, something that you can't just get at the store. It's like some special stuff, you know. It was supposed to show up on the same day that this other stuff showed up. But she's like, open it up. Everything else came out. The other shit's not in there. And she's like, what the hell? So today, she looks up, you know, like, what the hell is going on? And it's like, oh, the estimated delivery thing was just like removed, and the options were you can cancel and reorder, or go screw yourself, pretty much. I'm trying to put on a pound eating beef jerky. Charleston Chews. I bet you those are good in Canada. I used to really like those. What flavor? You like the chocolate, the vanilla, or the, is it strawberry? I don't remember. I know they have at least 3. Jack Link jerky, man. You know, jerky's good. We get some of this jerky at the used food store. That's not what it's called. That's just what we call it, because the food is so cheap, you'd swear it's used. And strawberry, and that's like that's the place I was talking about earlier, where you can buy, the $17, $14, whatever it is, milk, or you go and buy the same milk at this store and it's $3, $4, right? What's up? Is this milk used? Like, why? So we just call it the used food store. Anyways, lovingly, they have some jerky there that is the bomb. It's like this Korean barbecue type stuff, and it's actually kind of wet, right? But so it's not, and it's chewy. It's kick-ass. It kicks all the asses. So it's good stuff. Chocolate with vanilla nougat inside. Okay. Nougat. I learned that nougat is like basically caramel. And that's probably why I love it so much. Because I love caramel. Yes. Yes. I love caramel. Frozen Charleston Chews are gangster. You bite into it and it goes chunk, and then you thank the Charleston Chew gods. It's the only sugar you eat. It's healthy sugar. So you're trying to put on some weight. I don't have to do that. I look at a sandwich and it goes right to my midsection and looks up at me and laughs. Like taffy ostrich, there isn't a local butchery here anymore. Now that sucks. There used to be one in this town. I mean, they're still around here, but when I would go and stay at my dad's when he lived in Clear Lake, there was one at the local store there, and my brother actually worked there. My older brother. This is before he went crazy, and this isn't like, oh, he just started believing weird shit and like got weird or whatever. That type of crazy. No, he became like a schizophrenic out of nowhere, and literally went crazy. Yeah, Rihanna's home. Croc says hi, baby.
Hi. Oh, it's so nice to be off work today and not do shit.
I think my grandfather was our secret sauce, or our secret. What's this? I don't know why I put sauce in there. Did anybody hear what she said? I was like somewhere else. Yeah, she made some steak and eggs, and they were gangster. Rather gang banging. You didn't? Okay. Well, that makes two of us. Oh well, I can just ask her when she comes out of the bathroom. Oh, she was just going crazy. I wanted to show you that. I need an invite. She said I back to Croc. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. Wrap a little bit here. What were you saying before you went in the bathroom, baby?
Huh?
What did you say before you went in the bathroom?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought you were saying something to me.
No. I was talking to myself.
Okay.
I said I'm so glad I'm off today and I don't have to do shit.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're home too.
Really should be out in the yard doing some work, but fuck it.
It's too wet. I mean, we could probably figure out a couple things to do, but it's wet, and we'll make mud. Stop being such a nerd. Nope. Oh, yeah, she was. You know what she was doing is, like when you give a dog a bath and you dry them off, and stuff, but then they still go out and they like rub themselves against whatever and flail about on the ground and whatever. That's what she was doing, like against the couch and the floor. But as soon as I tried to show you guys that, she decided she was done. Okay, we're going to try this hoop. It's significantly shorter, smaller, and we're going to see how this grabs this. Okay, I guess maybe I do have to do a click. I just don't like to do the click on this because sometimes it breaks in the chuck and it pisses me off. It makes me want to slap everyone. Every single person. Like, ever. Like, dig up graves and start slapping bones. And okay, so that we need to pair those together. Just throw those away because I don't know why I keep on using them. This one works. It's the tiny hoop. That guy. That's the one we need to use. You're going to call me a big gay nerd. Huh, okay. Sure. Jeez. I should do more dishes. Yeah, well, now's the time. I'm drilling. Bust them out. Slowly but surely. All right, you and you. Where'd the little guy go? There it is. You guys are going into the trash. We're going to hang on to you. Put you right there. And you can just go into the damn garbage. Yeah, get her done. Bust them out. you know, you'll feel a lot better. I find that when the sink is empty and the kitchen is clean and all that, it's just you feel good, you know, about that. You know, it's you're getting the crap out of your life. You know, it's like a laundry room that has nothing to do in it. You know, everything's folded and everything's done. You know, there's no hamper full of shit. And, you know, in fact, I need a pair of socks. So I might, after I do a couple coils here, I might just come out here and dump socks on the floor and pair of socks. We can do chores together, CJ. How's that sound? We'll just be chore buddies. Before you know it, we'll be painting our houses together, doing plumbing. All right, magic. Actually, my house doesn't need to be painted. I just painted it twice, like a couple years ago. Painted it with a brush once around the house, and then again. This is outside a couple summers ago. With a brush. It took a minute, but you know, that's really the best way to do it. Sure, it takes longer, you know, but the result is just superior to a spray. I couldn't even imagine what someone would charge to brush paint a house. You know, some of those guys, you know, average size house, they'll charge you, you know, 12 grand to come in and spray it. You know, and it's like sure, there's the prep and stuff. That's a day. Then they, you know, come in and spray it. That's another day. Then you rip the stuff off, you know, same day that they sprayed it. Then maybe they come back and they cut in some stuff. You know, stupid money. Those guys make stupid money. I know. I've got some friends that have painting companies. Like they own the company. We're gonna do better here. So we got a couple little F-ups over here, so we're just going to trash that. Trash. The rest of it is freaking perfect. I love it. Oh man, you know, it's ridiculous what a homeowner pays for painting. I'd rather do it myself. I do my own right now, but usually repaint if the landlord will allow it. In fact, I really enjoy painting. It's so soothing. Yeah, you know, it can be, you know, like hobby painting is, if you do it all the time, it can be grueling. You know, okay, back to painting. Painting again. It eventually gets old. I promise. But there's worse work. You know, like what do? I lift heavy things and move them. Oh, okay. What do you do? Well, I take a brush and I do this and then dip and you know. Okay. Right. You know, when it's your own stuff, you know, and you get to see the transition and live in the space and all that, that's a different thing. Um, you know, because you're so used to it being a certain way, and you know, you get to make it what you want, and yeah, there's, you know, that whole thing is cool. You know, it really is crazy how small this wire is, being 3 wires. I mean, I've got wire over here that is this thick. Where is it? Yeah, like look at this. Here's this stuff. Here's this stuff. It only takes a certain personality to enjoy the process. When you don't own or commercial, I get what you're saying, yeah. But 1 wire, 3 wires put together to make 1 wire. They're literally like the same thickness. You know. The bacon, I'm telling you, grab a plate, make some friends. Be like, sup? So, just figured I just wanted to meet the neighbors. Oh, this plate? I just carry 1. What are you guys doing? Oh, you're cooking bacon. Okay, let me take a look at this. Not only do I do this for you guys, but I also do it for me. Because I can't see what the hell's going on here. Alright, where are we? Oh, we ain't. Oh, we ain't-ish. Come on. There we go. See if there's any mess ups in this. You know, I could also try and do a uh, a fused Clapton. Like this is a staggered fused. You can also do what's called a fused Clapton. There's no staggering in it. And basically what it is you just take like 3 cores and you just wrap them. Oh shit, let me see what's going on here. I'll be right back. I'm back. That was the boys. For about practice tomorrow. Jason, as I mentioned before, has like I've been trying forever to get him to play on that damn fuzz pedal, right? And he's like, "Are we practicing tomorrow?" I'm excited to play on that fuzz more. So now that he has, and he knows, and he's heard it, a good fuzz in the right context, and how bitchin' it is, he's like, yeah, let's do it, you know, which is good because I've been trying to tell him, dude, like, dude, you need a fuzz for what we're doing. You know, this it's not, you know, Metallica's great and all, but the jin 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 jin, you know, is not the right distortion for our sound. And you know, I think he and fuzz by itself on guitar sounds kind of weird. You know, it has to be in context and you know, and us jamming with it all together and him hearing the fuzz and hearing how his guitar turns into just this massive wall of gnarliness and power, you know, and how it just fits with what we're playing. Because fuzz doesn't work with everything, you know. I'm just stoked that he finally relented and was like, dude, this is the shit. This is what it's been missing, you know. Yeah, looks perfect. Just doesn't it just look perfect? That's that, you know, when it's like that, it really scratches my crazy. Because I need things to be perfect. It's a sickness. It really is. It is a sickness. Yeah, strokes the giggle spot. That's right. Right. So I can't. One of the leads here is not going to compress because it's so springy. But this is what it looks like as a coil. So this guy over here, it's not going to close up, right? I mean, it will if I do that, but that's what it looks like as a coil. And some people go as far as to, adjust the tension and everything to get everything to line up. Like they'll even like make it looser and, tighter than it's supposed to be, to get all these lines to line up. I'm not that crazy, but some people do that. Maybe eventually I'll get to that point. Like they'll try and get it to just line up like insanely perfect. But that's tough to do, especially when it's this small. But when you get into like, pictures of like coil porn and stuff like that, that's how they do that. They'll like, this is wrapped around a 3mm post, so that makes the inner diameter of the coil 3mm. So what sometimes people do is they'll wrap it around a 3mm, and then they'll actually like put like a 2.5 inside there and retighten it in order to get everything to shift and line up. And they won't even end up vaping on it, right? It's just for the picture, because if one of them's 3mm and the other one's 2.5, they're going to be different ohms. So one's going to heat up like that, the other one's going to be slow ramp, and sure, it will vape, but it's just not good. I mean, it's all fine, really, but you'll have inconsistent draw. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't if it's kept wet, right? It should never, ever get red hot, right? But if you forget or something and you don't drip your atomizer, and you end up taking like some gnarly dry hit, which would end up making you cough your ass off, or you just sit there and you like some jackass and you're just like, yep, and just let it go. Eventually your cotton will catch on fire. And then, about a minute after your cotton catches on fire, yeah, they'll turn red and just melt. But, if everything's wet, it shouldn't, burn out very quick. But I get what you're saying. If there's an inconsistency and one is heating up faster, yeah, it's gonna wear out quicker. And since these things have sweeteners in them, they can gum up faster. Like I've seen people who don't know how to build their own coils, right? And so they'll bring their setup to the vape shop and have someone that's there that builds coils build a coil for them, and they'll take their thing off, and everybody in the room's like, holy shit, because it's been like 3 months since they've had anything done to it, and it just looks like they've been vaping mud, you know. Like literally. Like the coils are just built up with carbon. I'll be right back. Sweet peace. Did I miss something? You don't think the coils touching and heating up to a high degree would burn the coils out? Like, I don't vape, etc. But well, here's the thing. If you keep them wet, they really don't get that hot. You know what I'm saying? Like, ooh, damn. Like I'm holding it down, right? They're constantly being fed with juice, right? And but I get what you're saying. They heat and they cool and they heat and they cool, and over time, yeah, they will degrade, and you want to put new coils in. But if you've got a killer build in your RDA, what you can do is and the type of wire that we use is the same wire that's in your toaster, and that stuff heats and cools and heats and cools and heats and cools forever, for seemingly forever. It doesn't. That's what the wire's for. It's not some weak wire. It's a heating wire. That's what it's for. But like I was saying, if you've got a really killer build in here and it's just vaping, tits, what you can do is take your cotton out, right? And heat it until they get glowing red, like bright red, like almost, not like white hot, to where they're like about ready to melt, But then you take like a little thing full of water, you know, and you just hold it upside down. You know, you get it really, really hot, and then you just go into the water. And what'll end up happening is it steams and, you know, really fast, and that will break off whatever type of crustiness, sugars, or whatever is on the coil. And you do it again, and you go into the water, do it again, you go into the water, do it again, go into the water, until no more stuff is coming off of the coil. And you have a brand new coil again. It's literally brand new. And you can do that until you don't want to use that coil anymore. You want to try something different, you know. But you can't do, while you're doing that, you can overheat the coil and stress the metals. And say the next time you know, try and straighten things out a little bit, you know, you can end up like breaking it, you know, because you overheated it or something, you know, which I've done. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Move these guys out. Ouch. Got my hand, dude. I really hope it feels better, buddy. I really, really do. I'll put you in there with those guys. Yeah. Meet your friends. So, I do have this thing. And I could make another. So it does have a core. So I need to make another one of these guys about this long, and this will make another coil. Yeah, you know, to be honest with you, I haven't vaped too much with coils made with wire this thin. We'll have to see how it goes. Do I have... I'm not sure if the ones that I have in here are made with coils that thin. I think... I'll have to take a look here. Not quite. This must have been 32 and 34 instead of 32 and 36. So it's a tiny bit larger. Tiny bit. Like, still small, but you can hear the train. Yeah, that train is on the other side of the river. I'm surprised you can hear it. I mean, I can hear it, but you know, I'm never really sure what this thing picks up. I mean, if I was like, oh, I'm a vlogger or whatever, I'd bring in like, my interface and plug in a microphone and have a microphone in front of my face and have some backdrop and, try and convince everybody that I was legitimate. I mean, I have all that shit, but have some light going in the background, but I kind of want to get like some kind of lights for the band room. I think that'd be kind of cool. But I haven't really decided if I really care. We have lights, but the lights that we have are like stage lights. You know what I'm saying? And we'd have to have somebody on like our machine. It's not really a machine, but it has all these buttons. You know what I'm saying? You just push the button, and it has switches that you can switch, and the light will just stay on, or you can push buttons. Right? The buttons are underneath the switches, and so you can just strobe them. And it's so funny. There was this dude that was in our band for a while, and his older brother used to come out to practice when we practiced, and that's what he did. He would just come out to the practice and just push the lights while we practiced, and then he ended up doing that at like a couple of our shows. I don't know, I guess it was like his way of like becoming part of the band or something. I don't really know. Like, I don't play an instrument, but, I'll be the light guy. We still have all that shit. Unless Jason sold it. I'm not sure. At the dining table. No, I'm just talking about like a microphone for myself. Like I could like I have nice mics, that you see like in these guys that are like doing this stuff professionally, that they have like some sort of stand and whatever, and they're mostly just using like the mic that's popular right now is the Shure something. I'm not sure what the number is, right, that follows it, but it's like it's kind of like a cylinder, and the top part is the windscreen, right? But if you look it up, all it is an SM57 or SM58, which are essentially the same microphone, really. But it's one of those inside of a different casing. They could literally save a bunch of money if they just bought I'm already doing chores. I didn't get the memo. We were supposed to do this together. But they could just buy the old school SM58, for $100. They're literally $100 microphone, and it's the industry standard. Yeah, well, this microphone that I would use, like, I'm down for about one. Okay. It would pick up a duck fart. Like, I don't know if you can hear Rihanna in the bedroom right now, watching whatever show she's watching. This microphone would pick that up easily. It's a recording microphone. It's a nice one. It's one of those microphones that's like inside of like the shock mount with like the like the microphone itself has its own preamp inside of it, and yeah, it's a nice microphone. But my point is I could set everything up in here if I wanted to, and try and prove to whoever's watching at a glance that I am serious. But what I'm saying is if you like the train noise, I could grab that microphone and you'd really hear the train. You'd probably hear the freeway. You'd probably hear, and you'd hear me a lot better too, to be honest with you. But I don't think I'll do that. Let's just keep it simple. I'm already doing Schmoopy? Oh, you mean Jake. I forgot that you renamed him. Schmoopster. Yeah, that's Croc. He's the resident shit talker. Shit flicker. Flipper. Probably too loud. Let's keep it simple. Sure. Yeah, I'm down with that too. It's easy for me. All that stuff kind of is a hassle. And the benefits don't really outweigh the hassleness. I mean, I could seriously hook up some gear to this whole shindig if I wanted to. I could hook up sound gates and noise eliminators and whatever. Really clean up the audio, and I could run it all through a mixer if I wanted to. Just get all stupid about it. Oops. Center this bitch. But nope, I'd rather just put the phone on the table and be like, boop. Yeah, that was easy. Yep, I'm telling you, this is the loop. This is the one you use. It's funny, you know, this loop is the same gauge as the other one. It's just a little bit smaller. And that is what is the trick. All right, so see what direction I need to put this stuff. Whipping out space clappings like a fiend. Oh, dude. Yeah, I'm fiending them. See if these are spinning the same direction. Come on. They are, but they're slightly different. Do you see that? One of them's a little bit tighter. Ooh, are they the same anywhere? Oh, which one's is that guy? So maybe I can do a little bit of this magic. Grab it and go like this. So drowning snakes, huh? Herman the sea serpent. We're pretty close. Which one is which here? There's this guy. And this guy. So which one's which? Okay, so it's the short guy that is looser. Cape. Cape. Batman's cape. Herman says hello. Hello, Herman. You piece of shit. My back. Okay. I called him a piece of shit. Because he is, in fact, a piece of shit. Okay, these are going the same direction now. It's so hard to see this stuff. Sure. Let's do it. Bam. Okay, after this, I think I'm going to try just a fused Clapton instead of a staggered fused Clapton. I've never done one of those. So I'm probably going to have to use my clips and see how that goes. He's a mud snake. Sure. CJ bred corn snakes, and you breed the mud snakes, but then you immediately drown them. Where are you? So I think I've concluded that you have to take one wire and cut it in half. That's really the only way to get the wire to be exactly the same. Because if they are slightly different, slightly, it doesn't lay perfect. Like it can't. Because they're slightly different. You know. You gotta start with, it's all in the prep. So I'm never gonna do that again. You know, just wrap out a long wire and cut it in half. That way you get two of the same. And then wrap those together. So I'll show you the difference here. I mean, you can just see it. And that's probably why I was looking at some of these other guys that were in here. And I was like, God, you know, there's not really any fuck-ups in them, but they just look different. You know, when I was going through my coils. And that has to be what it was. It's because I did do a couple before like that. And I just didn't even think about it because that was before I'd figured out how to do the wire and actually seen perfect ones yet. And I was like, well, this is just how they turn out. You know, slightly messed up, kind of. So let's, I'll show you the difference. Like, I'm sure everything's kind of laying where it's supposed to, but I can tell, even though I can't really see what's going on, I can actually kind of see that it's not perfect. All right, so all right, so we're just gonna look at this section right here. I'm not gonna untwist this whole thing. This is going in the damn garbage. Okay, I'm standing in my kitchen eating roasted potatoes instead of doing chores, dishes. Wish me luck on gaining a pound. Good luck. I have faith. All right, where are we? So, see, it's everything's kind of laying where it's supposed to, right? But instead of it being all uniform, they're kind of getting zigzaggy. It's ugly. Don't make the cut. You don't make the cut. I'm sure somebody'd be fine with that. Whatever. Not me. Not me. You're garbage. You're just a piece of garbage. Okay, so let's try just a fused Clapton. So we will pull out this. We're going to go short just to see how this goes. Come on, don't be stupid. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. All right, so we got you. We got you. Back to here. Wait. I'll grab you. Wait. 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 All right, how many chords do I want to do? I think we'll do 4. We'll try 4. See how that works. Just because 4 chords. I wish I had some ribbon wire. You heading to the used food store. Okay, man. Get her done. There we go. Now, I'm going to take you and set you over there. You're a piece of shit. Now I need to straighten all these things. Because they got that going on. Oh. Good thing Roxy didn't hear that. She would have shit the bed. Who is that? Oh, that's Heidi. She's a cool chick. Whenever I'm outside doing whatever, she always stops and, we have a little chat. Okay, so there's that. Now, yeah, can go over here. I had this buddy who saw Heidi come up one day, and he was like, "Damn it, dude! How come my mailman can't be hot?" It's like, good, come on, get a grip. Okay, and then now it looks like that. I don't know. You can kind of see it, right? It's straight now. Blink, blink, blink. 3 more to go. Blink, blink, blink. Oh man, I hate taking pain medication, Tylenol. Right? I'm not into like pills, right? But I hate it. But some days I need to take something because I hurt. What can I say? So I think I might actually get up and grab a little Tylenol, mix it with a little ibuprofen, and do a line of morphine. And just and that's a straight wire, folks. All right, I've got 2 more to do after this guy, but I'm gonna go grab some stuff. My back is angry, and it's angry at me. It's pissed. The drink had a little bit of a sediment in the bottom. You know, all the flavor had fallen. I want to make sure it's got all of its gay in it. So. Okay. Two more. And then, once I'm done straightening these, I'm going to try and figure out a way to get them to all lay in line. So when I spin them, they stay in line and not twist. That's going to be a chore. I know there's ways that guys have figured out how to do it. I haven't, because I haven't done it before. I'm sure I'll figure out something. Mm-hmm. Oh man. Right, you can go over there. You come over here. I'm gonna take you and put you through here and do the same damn thing over again. Then I'm gonna go slap my wife. Just for good measure. Okay. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. Da, 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 da. Okay. That's fine. And then okay. So now we take our straightened wires. Did I drop one? I bet you I did. Like a dipshit. Oh, only went to right there. Okay, so we got twists over there and over there. Get them all on the same side here. But we got all these crap on the ends here. Gotta get rid of that. Oh, there's 6 people in here right now. Let's clear a couple out. Dun, dun, dun. So we got this. Works every time. Okay, so I always tell when they're kids, young kids, they get to be about, 13, 14, 15. They got questions about this. When they're young, you're a bad person. So, let's see. Dun, 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 dun. And I don't want little kids in here anyways. I mean, I've got my settings set to, nobody under 18. And so they're lying to even be in this channel. They're lying. I don't know exactly how they're doing it. Maybe their settings or their whatever. So some dishonest kid. Nope. Don't need that shit. All right, and then we choppy over here. Do I really need to do that? I guess I don't really need to do that. I just stick them through here like this. What's going on this side? A lot of that. All right, we're gonna clean this up. Get rid of this stuff. Wait. Okay. Okay. I don't know if this is even gonna work. We'll just have to see. Got that, like that. We are going to smash that down, like that. Maybe I could grab it with this guy. Excuse me. Ish. There we go. Thank you. Go like that. Go. And where are those things? There's one of them. Let me see. Aren't they great? Though for trying to speak out. I mean, on a personal meeting, not YouTube chat, meeting young ones who are seeking guidance. Well, sure, there's that, right? But I find that the kids, right, they're snarky and they want to come in here and tell me how bad vaping is and stop it. And, I tell them I'm an adult. I understand, you're not going to teach me anything about vaping. I know more about it than you do. Then they just start with the shut ups and all this other stuff. So, that's if they're, like 10, right? But younger than that, if I see the numbers getting up to, past what's normal, really, to check if they're children or not, I'll just take a hit on the vape, and they just leave immediately, because they equate that behavior with bad person. Okay. Yeah, it's just a quick way to, clear out the lurkers, most of them, aren't saying anything anyways. They're probably too young to have, conversation skills and whatever. Anyways, so they just watch, and I don't know. It's just something that I've picked up. I can't prove anything, right? I've just noticed that. Like, I'll have 20 something people in here. When I first start the live, it always gets flooded with all kinds of people, and sometimes I'll get comments and, hey, what's up? Whatever. Sometimes they don't say anything, but there'll be 20 something people in here. And, sometimes there's all people in here and nobody talking until somebody like you or Croc or whoever comes in here. But, or Jake or, whoever. And, I just noticed that as soon as I grab the vape and take a hit, it drops to 1, 2, 3, 0. Just weird. And to me, that isn't an adult behavior. You know what I'm saying? I've never been on a live, seen somebody grab a vape and just been like, oh, I gotta get out of here, Right. That's what I mentioned earlier. I had the, sometimes these things have a little bit of flavor sediment in the bottom. If they've been sitting for a minute, and these things probably have been. So I kind of did this and shook it up a little bit. I was like, yeah, I'm shaking it up. I want to make sure it's got all the gay in it. Well, it's not in there. See, like right now, it's only you talking. There was 4 people in here. Let's see what happens. I'm missing one of my little hoops. Ooh, look at you. There's a dead bee. Oh, shit. Yeah, I'm finding all kinds of stuff down here. Found two of my gold pins. One of them's a squonking pin, right? Excuse me. And the other one is a gold screw. I have no idea what they go to. Well, I mean, they go to atomizers, but I don't know which ones. Let me see if I can find some kind of little tool. Maybe. I don't know how well this is gonna work. You need to install a light/fan in the kitchen. Well, that's where the AC is. And there's a fan above the stove. Damn it. Come on. I'm not sure how well this is going to work. I've seen people use paper clips, and I don't have any. Maybe. It is vented outside. Alright, so this is what I decided to go with. I've got this key ring here, and I'm hoping that that will hold these wires flat. We'll just have to see. No, it doesn't. Like, do you see the little thing that protrudes right there? It just goes straight back. Like, I can go outside and show you where it comes out of the wall, if you want. It kicks ass. It really does work well. Yeah, no, it just goes up. It's for looks. No, I know how to install that shit too. You know, I had to install my own ventilating systems for for growing dope and shit. You know. I had to vent out all my, I had lights, right, that were inside of enclosed hoods, right, that were ventable, right? So, like, imagine this is what the light was in, right? Had glass here, had like a top that was in here, and then there was a port here and a port here. And air would get sucked in through here, get blown out here. And I had, ducting that went everywhere, and had a fresh air intake that was filtered, and that would go through all of my lights, and then leave out through a carbon filter, and then on the outside of the building there was an additional carbon filter. and that was so all the lights that I had didn't have any bearing on the temperature of the room, because I wanted full control of the temperature of the room. Now I would during the winter, I would let some of the air blow into the room because I was already creating heat with the lights, right? And I could just use that heat to heat the room, and it was you know instead of bringing in heaters and shit. I think what I might try and do is loop this thing within this loop. See how that works. We'll see how that grabs us. I think that might work really well. We'll see how that does. Ah, I can't. Damn it. I can't do that. Stupid. We gotta just come off. Okay. It's gonna drive me crazy. Maybe I gotta go over here and clip it on this side. full control of the growing environment. Yeah. I was I'm driving it. You're right. That's the hope. Wish I had another one of these big guys, because that little clip just isn't quite enough to grab this stuff and hold it. I mean, I might have one somewhere, but maybe I do. Dad, stop it. It's just me. Okay. Hope is a dream without effort. I found another one, and this is one of the ones that are flat. So it'll actually lay flat. Let's get rid of this piece of shit because it's not going to do a damn thing. Okay. Maybe. There's your problem. So let me grab it on one side. There we go. Come on. It really only wants to grab on one side. That it really kind of pisses me off. How can I get it to go through both? I'm gonna have to do this. I have to loop it through, which I can't do now that that wire is there. So I have to cut this and do this. Yes, I'm a perfectionist. Can you tell? So it's loose on that side. It's tight on this side. Let's just snip this shit off so we can quit fucking with how tight that is over there. It's messing everything up. Yeah, that's probably just so much easier if I had like a paper clip. What's up?
Huh?
What's up?
I thought someone was crawling on me.
Oh,
But it's just my hair touching my arm.
oh.
I'm about to cut my hair. What are you doing?
Trying to figure out a way to make a different type of coil. But it's giving me shit. I need to keep these things flat, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had to undo my keys to get this other one. We had that one. But this is a little loose on this side. See,
I have a case of those at my work.
Alright, so. Yeah, I'm sure you do, dealing with cars. This might hold it too, so we'll see. Might not have to use.
Why don't you use like a chip clip or something?
Because it's too heavy.
Oh.
Let me try this thing. This thing
What
looks
about a barrette?
I don't know if it'll close tight enough, baby girl.
Oh. Okie dokie.
Yeah. Why don't you suggest something else that's wrong? That's just wrong. Okay.
Nope.
Nope.
I'm sure if you like went to Harbor Freight, you could find something that would work perfect.
Oh, I'm
in
sure.
the fasteners section.
Oh, I'm sure.
My name's Adam Hagen. I love to leave cabinets and drawers open.
Yep, I think I'm a wife. All right, so we're gonna go with that. That's pretty tight.
Time to feed you.
You feeding the dog?
Nope. Feeding my.
Oh, the thing, yeah.
Ooh, boy, that looks good. It's doubled. About doubled.
You're always right. Always right. Nothing.
Oh, that's perfect. Not quite ready for baking yet, but that is perfect consistency. All right, so I need another jar. I'm not going to use such a big jar. So, what's that one?
Oh, hey, Miss Evil Bay's here. She says hi.
Who?
Miss Evil Bay. I don't know if you met her yet.
Who? That stinks. Who? I didn't hear what you said.
Never mind. Someone says hi.
Who? Someone I've never met?
Probably. Miss Evil Bay.
Oh. Hello. I don't know what I'm doing with this.
I don't know what you're doing either.
I need a wide mouth jar. There, this one right there. Okay. So, I poured.
You son of a bitch.
Some of this in here.
I'm having trouble here.
Me too. I'm just doing this by feel. I've never done sourdough starter before. I've just been given pointers from friends, and this is quite slimy feeling. Okay.
The flops come back yet? Or is she just going through this stuff?
1 cup.
Flops.
Then half a cup of
Oh, have
water.
a nice weekend. Oh, okay. You too, Eva. Bye. Sorry, my concentration is elsewhere right now. We're trying to change the world, like every day we do here. Maybe. We really should have that thing on the other side.
Flour. That's my discard. Ooh, I can make discard pancakes or crackers.
Oh, you piece of shit. You fucking piece of shit. I think I'm just gonna have to This is driving me nuts here. There's got to be a better way.
I keep hearing the hawks out there,
Mhm.
or whatever it is, making that noise.
Yeah, I hear it
So
too.
majestic.
Yes, majestic.
Majestic
Yes.
as fuck.
Majestic as fuck, yeah.
Quarter cup. So good.
Maybe. So what did you end up naming it, baby?
I haven't named it yet.
Oh, I see. So you're telling me that you want a divorce and you don't love me.
Card. So, but I have decided I'm going to start doing them in the small. I want to make sure it stays alive before I name it. Because I feel like when I named that plant, it died.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as I named it green,
It's like I'm out of here, bitch.
so apparently, doing flower discernment is like an exact science.
I'm sure once you figure it out, you're like, oh, okay, this is
1 3/4 cup. And I'm gonna keep it refrigerated because I feel like that it lasts longer, the feedings last longer. And we need to make sure that it grows.
okay. Well, that didn't do. CJ says every plant should be named George.
I don't know about that. My coworker, I bought her an air fern and she named it Ivy.
Ivy.
Ivy, yeah. It was an air fern and she named it Ivy just to be funny. Rosemary.
Right.
She's got a plant name too. Rosemary. My love goes what do you want for dinner?
I don't know.
That steak was amazing.
It really was. It was pretty decent.
I was thinking about making a bacon cheeseburger with the chaffle for buns. What'd you think of the chaffles when I made the pulled pork?
They weren't bad. Are you gonna use the chicken stuff again?
The chicken stuff?
The chicken flour.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the chicken flour is pretty good. I only use a little tiny bit of it because it's all egg and cheese. That's all that truffles are, is egg and cheese in the waffle maker.
Okay. Well, I say you try and make
When you put the chicken flour in it, it makes them really dry.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm. Hi, baby. Okay, girl. Have you given her an SNACK? No, I love you. I don't know that, you.
CJ says if you name all your plants George, if a plant dies, you won't feel bad replacing it with a new George.
Like if your goldfish dies, you replace it with another one, looks just like it.
Mm-hmm.
All my plants are equally important. Yes, you are. You're so beautiful. in all your foliage and glory. This guy's not happy. Oh, that's a root.
It'll.
It turned into one.
That plant's weird.
How's the water level in that?
The bucket thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's up to.
It's like that far from the top.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
All right. Well.
Yes, you're beautiful. You're so beautiful.
That was kind of a waste of time.
Well, you live and you learn.
Yeah, I learned to never do that again. I have to like watch a video on how to make those guys. I mean, maybe I can flatten these guys out, but I'm thinking it's just going to be way too tight. And I'm back. Stoops. I mean, I basically made just a regular Clapton. Sure, it's got multiple chords in it, but it's, you know, just like any guitar string, right? You know, the goal is to have it be flat and not round, and that's what it is. It's round. Yeah, I used to have a breeder tank too, or a feeder tank. So it's, you know, it's got multiple chords in it. You can kind of see the 4 chords, you know, top, you know, but I mean, I don't know if this can be flattened out or not. I'm just not used to making this build. Oh man, that's disappointing. Where is my, there it is. And I hate Claptons. You know, maybe a multiple core Clapton or a multi-core, you know, if you want to get all pinky out vapor, is better. But Claptons, they're too poppy, they're too spitty. For me, they're annoying to vape on. Split that and zip it should flatten. I don't know. It because it's done. There's no zippering with this one. Basically what you do is, unlike the other coil, right, where you take a wire and you wrap it on there spaced, right, leaving a space in between each wrap. This one, you wrap it tight, right, but the wires are supposed to remain flat, right? So you're supposed to find a way to clamp it, you know, so the wires remain flat. So when it spins, you know, and it lays on there flat, and you end up with a flat coil, kind of like how the other ones look. But it was wanting to make the wires go, and you're just, you know, doing that shit. So yeah, I could probably bring this out of the garage and put it on an anvil and pound it out or some shit. But there's so many wraps on this that it would, you know, it's tight. It's you know, it'd probably destroy itself before it actually did anything that I'm trying to get it to do. Rock Dog, go tell Mom. Go tell Mom. Go tell her. Go get Mom. Go tell her. so. Well, see, this is what I was trying to clamp it with. These things. I've seen people use paper clips, you know, and I figured, you know, this has got to have more grab than a paper clip, right? Plus, it's spread out more, you know, and but it just didn't work. It's still, you know, I'm like wrapping right next to this thing, and it's still where it's coming out. It's still balling up and turning into a circle. So, and I think it's because I wasn't using ribbon wire. Like there's a different type of wire that isn't round. It's these wires are flat, and you can take. I've seen people, what they do is they'll take it off the spool, right, and they'll cut off a certain number of links, and then they'll lick their fingers, and they'll go like this with them, right, and that causes them to like stick together, right, because you know, imagine like a piece of glass and another piece of glass, and you've got liquid in between them, and they just stick, right? That's what the ribbon wire will do. So I'm sure if you did that and then also clamped it, they would stay in place. I don't know if you can do a round wire. Framed Clapton. Maybe you can. I mean, there's guys that have been doing it for all kinds of years, and they've been geeking out on this shit for, you know, a long time, and they figured out all kinds of tricks. You know, I don't know how to do too many builds. You know, I can do regular coils, Claptons, and framed. I mean, staggered, fused. That's what I know how to do. And honestly, I like staggered fused. That's what I know how to build, and that's what I like. So no, it didn't work. Yeah, it's there's a whole it is cool to learn about. There's so many builds out there, you know, because people have been geeking out on this stuff and naming all kinds of crazy.
There was a couple of dogs fighting out there.
Naming all kinds of crazy builds, you know.
Mexicans out there. Like a Mexican laundromat. Neighbors must be doing laundry.
Oh, is that what it smells like?
Yeah, it smells like a Mexican laundromat.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they use that fabric softener or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly what it is that they use.
Fabuloso in their laundry.
Oh, okay, huh?
I don't know, guessing.
Yeah, that always smells the same. Not being racist or anything, but you know.
Tell me you didn't eat all the bags of chicken chips. Oh my god.
I ate one, you ate one.
No, there was 2 for each of us.
2 for each.
Yes, and I've taken 1.
Yeah, and I ate one. And if they're gone, then you bought 2.
No. There should be another bag.
I ate 1.
I bought 4 bags.
I remember seeing 2.
Well, I bought 4. Here's 1.
There's more?
Yeah. And there's one right here.
Oh, okay.
I bought 4.
Okay, well, spank your
Fucking
face.
crackhead.
Facial spankings.
My chicken chips.
Bring me chicken chips. I want a chicken chip.
Okay. That'll be your bag. I guess they have the buffalo ones at Costco.
Hi.
be really good with cottage cheese.
Yeah.
Shit, that's what I keep forgetting to get.
Do I need these? What are they?
No. They're old. I need a glass of milk.
Okay. Time to put my.
How is it just the best milk ever?
You'll never vape though. Well, maybe you'll just start making coils.
Where are all the chip clips?
You know, I don't know.
I have like,
We have more than what's being used. I don't know what happened.
they were in the drawer here. I took them off the paper thing.
The other ones were like stuck to the fridge too because they have magnets. Are they on the side?
No. I'm talking about the other ones.
Okay. You know, I don't know.
Fuck.
I'm just a.
There were two on the
I'm
fridge.
not a doctor.
They are no longer on the fridge.
Okay. So we got a better
Fine.
clip here. And
Okay, whatever.
what's this little guy go to?
What?
This key.
That is to, it's either to a gas cap or,
So I got this one. This is the truck.
okay,
Will this go to the CRV one?
maybe.
Does it have one?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. Well,
Because people are stealing gas when it was parked at your dad's.
stupid.
It also could be a key to like the safe that you used to have. The one that we let my mom borrow. Because
Huh.
Trevor was living at her house.
Oh, that's right.
I'm gonna have a snack.
Yeah, it's too bad that your cat eats Louisiana hot chips. Did you tell Rihanna I went to my medical yesterday? The chip. Oh no, I didn't. Hey, babe. Can you hear what I'm saying? Jay went to her medical stuff with a chip clip in her hair. She thought that was funny. Okay, so we got that. We got these. These can go over here. Yes. I've got a few keys on this thing that I don't know what the hell they go to. But you can't toss them until you've yeah, she did laugh. Trust me. I would tell you if she was like, if she didn't, but she did laugh. Okay, so there's that, and all right, we're gonna put you right here, just 'cause. And I'm going to take you off so I can put you on a thing like this. Yes. We'll put you down here, just for shits and giggles. Okay, my keys, they're back. Oh, I gotta put this on here too, forgot. I'll switch these guys around, because I don't like where it's at. This one too.
Damn, those are spicy.
Spicy nothing.
Woo.
Huh, that's funny. Yeah, going through the metal detector thing. Hot as hell outside. It's actually really comfortable outside today. Let me see what the temperature is. Probably 60s. $72. Okay, so we got that one. I'm gonna put this one on next. And this one. Come on. Now those are in order. Ugh. I got this one backwards. I like all my keys to be facing the same way. The sensory overload. Telling you, man. If you can, get these wild protein chips. They're made of chicken. They're great. Oh wow. Yeah, that's nuts. That's like me driving to Seattle. 60 minutes. With no traffic. Right? And that's on the freeway, you know. And then I'm gonna eat this whole bag of chips. Right on. Yeah, we get the traffics. You know, not so much here. I mean, there's times of the year where there is traffic, you know, and certain places where there is. Didn't used to be that way because there just wasn't enough people. But there are certain places where people have voted themselves into conundrums and they can't stand what they've done to themselves. So they're leaving and they're coming here and they're bringing their shitty ass attitudes with them. So we've got that going on. And because of that, we're actually getting traffic now. 40K. Yeah, we now have 35-ish here. Mm-hmm. That's why you moved to rural. Yeah. Well, you know, I think there's some places that will never become populated. But there's other places that are going to fill up quick, you know. Capital city. Let me look up what our population is right now. Mount Vernon, Washington population 35,344. This is 2024. And in 1990, right, there was less than 20,000. Yeah, in 1990 there was 292. All right, so here. Safer out here. All right, so is Mount Vernon a good place to live? Mount Vernon, Washington is generally considered a good place to live, particularly for those seeking a balance between small town charm and access to urban amenities. It's known for its welcoming community, family-friendly atmosphere, and beautiful surroundings. However, like any location, it has pros and cons. Pros: strong sense of community, beautiful natural surroundings, rich cultural history, good schools, recreational opportunities. Cons: cost of living, limited job market, distance from major cities. Alright, there you go. Yeah, it can be expensive to live here. You just have to, you know, sacrifice. I like Mount Vernon. Mount Vernon sounds like your area. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Some of these guys. Just gonna pull out a couple. And put the bag back so I don't eat the whole damn thing. Because I'm a McGee. For the environment. Yeah. You know, I hear about, you know, people who are like raised in the city. And, you know, like they've never been fishing or you know, these are like the people that pay like big dollars, you know, like to go fishing and shit. It's weird. You know, so they can like experience it. I mean, sure. But to me, it's weird. You know? Just because of, like, where I live. You know? I couldn't imagine not having access to that. The lawyers told you not to move? Why was that? I mean, why would lawyers even be telling you these things? You know, like if I decide I'm going to move, I can't imagine like lawyers showing up and being like, ah! And be like, why the fuck are you here? I don't know. You know, I'm not a doctor. Okay, right. Yeah, I don't expect you to. Hey man, what's the size? What's your penis size? Wow, this is you chasing greatness. This is what. This is the path you're on. Trying to figure out. Um, wow, that's that. I commend you for taking on this endeavor. Um, help you reach the top. You know, Mr. Chasing Greatness, and you find out. Um, you learn everything you need to learn about dicks as a straight man, I'm sure. And you know, you can sit back and be like, yeah, I've done it. I've achieved greatness. And now I know more about dick than any other person. Everybody has their own thing, man. You know, I don't think it's, that, I wouldn't do it, but if that's your thing, whatever, you want to spend your day talking about that and call it whatever you want to call it. Golf clap. Well, if you're chasing, yeah, man, you found the guy. No, it doesn't offend me. I think it's fucking hilarious. That this is what you spend your time doing. I'm not offended at all. It doesn't offend me. Like, it makes me think you're weird as shit. You're like on the same level as guys that like eat poop. You get what I'm saying? Can you enlighten me about life, please? You seem like you'd give the best advice. Yeah, stop wasting your time asking people about their dicks. It's fucking weird. No, I'm not offended, dude. I think it's funny. Dude, it takes a lot to offend me, dude. I'm not offended easily. And having somebody come in here and ask me about my dick, that's not going to offend somebody like me. You know, you know. I know you don't know me, so you don't, you know, You're just going to make your judgments and be like, yeah, look at, I've gotten under his skin, or I'm offending him. Yes. No. No, you're not offending me. I think you're dumb. You know, like, honestly, I'm not, and I'm not saying that to be mean or because you've made me mad or whatever. Um, that's just dumb, dude. You're calling me? No, I don't understand what you're saying, man. No, no, let's have fun with this clown shoe. You know, it's been a minute. I'm kind of confused. Was he saying that I was a cyberbully or we're cyberbullies? He's 12? Probably. Who knows? Maybe he's trying to figure out where he ranks. You know, he's like looking down at his thing and he's just like, damn it. I gotta see how I rank against the world. Yeah, we're cyberbullies. Big time cyberbullies. You know, that's why we, you know, instead of doing this, we go to other people's channels and talk about stupid shit. You know, that's our form of cyberbullying. We've invented a new way to cyberbully. It's you know, we instead of pursuing people, we just wait. Am I 12? Yeah. I'm a bearded, gray-haired 12-year-old. Listen, man, you don't have to come with the insults now that you feel dumb. Okay? Just be cool, man. It's pretty easy. It's pretty easy. Awesome. Hopefully it puts me on their radar. It'll put you on their radar too. Because it goes both ways. You know, every time you report someone, it doesn't just um, you know, you get put on a list of somebody that tattletales, and they investigate, and they're like, yeah, it seems like this guy is going around just like reporting people for like no reason. Red flag. Lord the cock. Yeah, that means he's probably your favorite. Because you love the cock. Right? Right, yeah. You're not going to be able to last very much longer, dude. They're going to start asking for ID. Yeah, chickens. Okay. They are. You know, and they don't have testosterone and stuff in them. That's why. They're less muscular. You could have just been cool, man. You could have just been cool. But you had to come in here and act like a dumb shit. You know, there's probably people that come in here that are underage like that, but you know, we'd never know the difference because they don't clue us in. Like, hey, let's go and do a little background check on this page, because they act normal. You know, they're just more mature than the average dumbass. But then you get that type of clown shoe that shows up and immediately, like, first thing out of his mouth is just weird stuff, and it's kind of like, okay, let's see what's going on here. But whatever. Right. Like, I'm down for a fart joke or whatever, right? But when somebody's just like weird. Right. Yeah, you know, some people just have no, they don't have, they don't get any attention at all. So they're willing to do, they're willing to get bad attention. You know, any attention's better than no attention. And the way that they've discovered that they can guarantee getting some is to just be stupid, you know. It's like, I know how I can get people to talk to me. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. Rather than, you know, kind of sit back and figure out what's being talked about, and even if you don't know what's being talked about, ask some questions, you know, whatever. You know, but they come in, they're just like, I was kissing my dog. What do you think? Or whatever. Or I bet you, whatever. You know, some just weird shit, you know. Maybe they just started the first few days. Right on, that's cool. Yeah, that was cool, you know. You know, I don't mind. Does he have an account? I've made an army. And I play war out of poop people because I can't afford clay. My hands smell like shit. Oh, he shares the YouTube account. Okay. So you'd have to like not be on YouTube for him to like be coming through. He doesn't have his own. Well, that's, you know, I guess that's cool because, you know, he'd be having his shut down. Okay. He'd be having his shut down pretty soon anyways. Excuse me. I want to check the ohms on this little thing that we got here. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. I wasn't aware that you could, no, I was aware you could do that, because I do that. That's right, I knew that. You can have two devices going to the same YouTube. I forgot. Because I do that. 4. 5. Oh, okay. Oh, he's on a laptop. Okay. Yeah, what I normally do is I mean, I've got 3 phones, but what I normally do is I'll run this thing and then run my tablet at the same time. My other 2 phones aren't hooked up or anything. Oop. Should have had this thing plugged in. I'm down to 5%. There we go. Bam! But, you know, while I'm at home, I can use my phones on Wi-Fi and stuff like these guys. Okie dokie. Well, that last coil was upsetting. Complete waste of time. Complete and total. You're usually on your laptop. Yeah, I don't use my laptop often. I've got it out in the band room. So, like if I'm out in the band room, you know, I'll use it. You know, like I'll have this thing going, and like if somebody asks some sort of question or we talk about something, you know how you guys see me like search shit on this or whatever. Yeah, that was a joke. I'll search things on the laptop instead of using a phone. But the sun has kind of come out. That was kind of weird. Kick-ass NFL preseason is on. Yes. I personally I can really give 2 shits about football. My dad is crazy about it. And you know, that kind of cured me. Like I can't hardly even be in the same room with him when he watches football. Okay. Your kid is computer savvy. Yeah. My dad is. He can get super worked up, really worked up over the game, like to the point where, um, you know, like when I was younger, you just you kind of feared for your life. Alright, this one's just gonna be perfect. Fucking perfect. Computers, everybody likes to help. That's cool. I used to work for Hewlett Packard in the late 80s. Oh, okay, right on. Yeah, it seems like you've done quite a few things, CJ. Oh, really? Yeah, I know a couple computer badasses. Jason, my guitar player, is one of them. He is. He knows what he's doing. I mean, you should see him type. It's disturbing. It's like, holy shit, man. Talk about flow of thought. Jane of all trades. That's funny. All right, so let's look at the difference here. Remember what the last ones looked like? How they were different. These should be like just exactly the same. Bam. Okay, so That's the way to do it. Make one long one and cut it in half and flip one so the squiggles are going in the same direction. That's just the way to do it. Now it's time to wrap a bitch. You know, I tried to look for 40 gauge, which is, you know, 4 gauges smaller than this 36. That stuff basically would be, you know, the thickness of a hair, maybe even thinner. Of one of mine, anyways. I got some pretty thick hair. What the fuck shit up? Got stuck on the thing on the spool and dropped down. It's always something. See, I got this thing sitting like this, right? And then there's this part right here with this little wrap on it. So I was coming around, got stuck, started lifting this thing up, and finally let go and fell. You know, you want to have it this way. There's no bullshit on this side. I didn't do that. All the little things you got to remember. Damn it. So when it fell, it did this bullshit right here. Shouldn't drive you nuts. And you stick it in the thing, you grab the end, and you go backwards. Undoes the wraps that it creates. A lot of them anyways. Let go. So yeah, after it did the drop thing, it didn't quite recover. I mean, it recovered on the very end, so like from here to here is okay, but that's not enough to do anything with. I'm disappointed with me. But we made a good one. There's enough here to make a good one. So. Oh, my leg is asleep. Ooh, magic. So we can go right here, because that's probably just going to go into the thing. We'll grab this, Start straightening this shit out. And I have to use these squeezed in the flat part here because this doesn't squeeze tight enough. You know, there's this part in here that's flat, there's no teeth on it, and you can grab thicker wire, but yeah, I know you do. Well, you know, if you're constantly like seeing perfection, you know, any type of fuck up, it's just gonna be like, oh man, he messed up. It's not perfect, but it's okay. This right here is perfect. Okay, so I'll show you that to redeem myself. Hey Croc, is Motley Crue a dude or a chick? Crue's a dude. Okay, it always throws me off because of that picture that's in there. Like, who the hell's in the picture? Because I heard people be like, "Sup, dude? You know, bro, and you know, whatever." And I know that everybody in there is old enough that they don't. He works for Jeff. He's a cook. Okay, I know that they're, you know, people that are a little bit younger, they call everybody bro. One of the ladies from Motley Crue. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. All right. Were you ever into Motley Crue, man? I had this drummer. He was super into Van Halen and Motley Crue. I mean, I was like a little kid. Just the band. Right, you know, but this guy was like 40s, you know. Alright, so this is what we ended up with. There's a tiny little mess up on the end over here. But that's going to go probably get clamped down in the atomizer. So I left it on there. Because I did. I haven't wrapped it up yet, seen what it's going to do. And I might be able to cut it off. We'll see. It might end up going in where it gets clamped. So, it clamps. Is it this one? Satisfactory. Yes, I'm satisfied. Alright, so we're going to do another one, and this one's going to have 0 fuck-ups. Not a 1. Okay? Gems is live, are you serious? That's horseshit. Let me see. She is. She's not on though. You lost 40 pounds in 6 months. Huh. Yeah, I understand that. I lost over 100 pounds one time. I was taking this medication that made me extremely depressed. And I stopped eating. Yeah, all I see is Chucky too. There you go, Gems. Look at that. You're on my live. Well, not you, but your husband. Who knows what she's actually doing? There's 8 people in here right now.
Someone like.
I can't stand lives like that. Oh shit. Right on. But stuff like this.
Bitch ass ain't me.
Oh my god!
20
What's up, fam? This is the biggest deal ever, 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 ever. You know, it's like, dude. You know. You're 97 pounds. How tall are you, homegirl? I wish I was 97 pounds. £97. You know, I think that's almost as skinny as Scott Weiland when he died. And he was like 6'2" or something. 6 something. Maybe well, you're 5 foot tall. Well, that's pretty tiny, right? I just eat like spoonfuls of lard, you know. Used to be 5'5". Oh, but you did like the back stuff, huh? Well, I used to be 6'3", and I broke my back, and now I'm like 6'1" and a half. So, you know, us short people have to add the half, because everything counts. All right, looks like Gems is back. They want you at 110. Well, that's achievable. You know, just, you know, cook bacon, right? And then throw the bacon in the garbage and eat like the grease, you know. And then take the bacon out of the garbage and eat it with everything that's stuck to it. Come on. What are you doing, pretty girl? Huh? You should go tell Mom. Go get her. Go get Mama. Okay? Be like, hey, Mom. I got something to tell you. And lick her face. Come on. There you go. Croc's over and Gems is live right now. Who knows? Maybe he's doing both. Okay. And then, do you know, how come no, we haven't seen her? I don't think she's coming anymore, to be honest with you. Croc gets under her skin. Okay, right on.
Jenny. Hey, dude. I'm live right now, but thought I'd say hi. Hi, Adam. Emphasize there he is. Where is he? I don't see him. But happy Saturday to you guys. I was telling
Okay. Yeah, check out Jem sometime. She's a cool chick, you know. She's like into horror films and does herself up like a clown. That's her thing. You son of a bitch. Yeah, I called her Doodad. I've called her Doodad since I've met her. Whenever that happens and I restart, I'm always worried that there's going to be some sort of hiccup in the middle. And it makes me happy when I see that it continues and it's the same and it's driving me crazy. Oh, is she? Right on, that's cool. Well, I was just telling everybody about you, Gems. I don't know if she has the audio up or what, but so you know, should I even talk? Okay. Yeah, let's make more coils. What do you know? There's nothing really fantastic happening right now. But thanks for stopping by. We're jamming tomorrow, though. Mess up always shows in the first 20, 30. Right. Did I just flip these? I don't remember. Getting distracted here. Yes. But yeah, like I was saying, we're jamming tomorrow. I'm going to try and hook everybody up to the sound. 1 o'clock ish. You know, sometimes people show up a little early, sometimes they show up a little late. But okay, flip you so we don't run into that bullshit like last time. That was just not only a little stupid, but a little gay. Just a touch gay. Just a touch. Not like, you know, totally gay. Just kind of gay thoughts. He wants to whack me in the damn face. Like a happy dog tail. what happens when I go slower than I'm used to. I don't think any of that's usable. I mean, it's totally usable. But nothing I'd be caught dead with in my freaking atomizer. I mean, this right here is okay, but I don't think that's enough to wrap anything. Damn it. Just enough. Just enough. Horseshit. But all this, you know, the spacing and the fuck ups are just, they just don't work. You know, perfect right here, fuck up, tiny little fuck up, perfect. It's just not enough. Alright. Shit like that'll just make you want to quit vaping. On my back. I need to take some more shit. I mean, how long has it been? Yeah, it's been long enough. Or shit. You know, I was going a little bit slower, you know, try and get it perfect, but I'm not used to going that speed. You know, you just gotta go fast and not really think about it and just pinch the shit out of it. And like the twisting pressure and everything helps lock everything in. And you know, it's, damn it. You know, you try something, say, hey, let's try this, even though what I've been doing has been working. You know, I don't know. It's like I've already been doing something that works out and makes it perfect. You know, you can't really, you know, improve, right? If it's perfect. Horseshit. All right, I'll be right back. What? Not for you. Not for puppies. puppy dog, puppy dog, puppy dog, puppy dog. I keep pushing the envelope. Speaking of, I'm gonna see how to what is it? Make a fused Clapton. All right, so this is a 3-minute video. Making you yawn. Yeah, the contagious distance yawn.
I am going to show you how to build a competition fuse Clapton. I'm Sherlock Holmes, the best builder in America. By my mom. To build the competition fuse Clapton, we're going to need 24 gauge nichrome, 36 gauge nichrome, a pair of toothless pliers, flush cuts, a 3mm bit, a drill, swivel, and a positive edit. Alright, let's get our materials ready. First, take your 24 gauge nichrome, cut a 20-inch piece off, make a 45-degree angle, stick it in the chuck, straighten it, and put it aside.
The music that's playing right now used to be like the background music for every vape video. It's so funny. When was this put out? 8 years ago. That's funny.
Alright, our core is finished. Now we need to take it out of the chuck, feed it through the swivel, put the ends together. They're going to go back in the chuck. So the other side just needs to be crimped together.
Oh, that's smart.
Now reattach into the drill. Now that we have our core attached, it's time to start the Clapton. Insert your 36 gauge nichrome into the chuck and get it anchored. Once you have your wires secure, finish the rest of the Clapton.
So this guy is only using 2 wires. I was trying 4.
This next step I'm going to demonstrate is very important. Now we're ready to wrap our coil.
Alright, so we'll try it the way he suggests. And what was the thick wire? Let's see if I've got some of that. This is a competition build too. So clouds for days. Which I'm not really that interested in.
Today we are going.
Okay, yes.
Fuse Clapton. We're going to need 24 gauge nichrome,
24 gauge. Do I have that? Yeah, I do. And what did he fuse it with? 36? That seems a little weak.
6 gauge nichrome, a pair in America. By my mom. To build the competition fuse Clapton, we're going to need 24 gauge nichrome, 36 gauge nichrome.
Alright, so He's using nichrome, which I typically don't use because it's a weak ass metal. Sure, it ohms out lower and all that shit, but so we're gonna need something like that, and that's gonna make it go about that long. So we're gonna make it a little bit longer, a little bit longer. And he is only doing 2. So that makes sense. So even if it does flip, we can straighten that out. So what we're gonna do is grab this guy. We're gonna have to straighten this bitch. Clip this off. Alright, so we're gonna do this, put this over here. Have this. Come on. Grab you. Twist. 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 There we go. Grab this. And this has to be extra long, so we're going to bend it in half to make the length that we're doing. We'll straighten this bitch. Okay. So now we have a straightened wire. See? Red alert, a 2-year-old was apprehended in my nearest town. What? Gems is loopy without sleep. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen her without sleeping. I mean, rested. She's just, you know, Gems is, I don't know, you know, Gems is cool. She's kind of nutty, you know. I mean, a 2-year-old was apprehended. What do you do? Rob a bank? You steal all the bankies? He pulled gun on his babysitter. All right, so now we got this thing kidnapped from a town. Okay, well that makes a little bit more sense. We got this in here, and we are pulling it through and doing that. There we go. There's our wire that we're gonna loopity-doopity. And we got that. We'll take this and stick it into the check. Grab this, grab them like that. Keep them parallel-ish. Tighten the shit out of this. Since we're dealing with fucking 24 gauge, should be no problem. How does someone grab a 2-year-old? You know, there's a few reasons why they would do it, and how, I don't really know. So now we're going to Clapton the shit out of this bitch. Never failing to call it a bitch. Now make sure you get stuck, asshole. What the fuck is going on here? It's another manufacturing piece of shit. Fuck up. Her name is Aurora. Yeah, I kind of figured it was a girl. Where are the parents to keep that safe? Is my point. You probably can't grab a 2-year-old unless the parents are paying attention. Yeah, or somebody broke into a house, you know. And you think the kid's safe. You know, people can, you know, if somebody wants to do something evil, you're not going to really stop them. You know. Starting again. Here. Of course, you want to tie a knot. Yeah, don't just tie one, tie two. Come on. All right, let's try this again before we get too crazy here. Cut this off here. We'll put this here. We're just going to wrap you back up onto the damn thing. Get the fuck out of our way. What a hassle. This is Dan. She was grabbed in public. Ah. Okay, well, you know, I don't know what happened. That's stupid. And to start here, we're going to go in between two guys. Wait. Fuck it, we're just gonna do it like this. I'm so not used to doing it out here like this. I know people do it. I like to feel it. Ooh. Thicker shit. Enough. Need to turn those alerts off and listen to the drill. What alerts? Is this alerts on your end, or is my phone doing stuff? I'm not hearing any alerts. Yep, my phone was going off. Okay, so that's the first time I've ever made one of these. Oh, okay, I see. So I'm going to grab this thing, try and straighten it out, and I'll show you what we can end up with here. This is a bit different than a regular Clapton. So but it's thick enough to actually be able to squeeze in the pliers, which helps. Because it's got a wider flattening area. But I kind of like that method. You know, it worked out pretty good. And you don't have to clamp it like you do with multiple cores. Yeah, more than two anyways. Because there's just two. It's hard to get this stuff perfect. I'll show you what's going on there. Oh, wait. Okay. Oops. There goes that. Alright, so here we go. See, look at the kind of the messed up spacing there. It's tied over here. A little bit of messed up spacing here. I mean, you got to really, really watch what you're doing when you're doing this stuff. It doesn't have like the thing that it just falls into to keep everything perfect. But a lot of it's pretty good. I probably have enough to make a coil before it gets to this weird spacing here. In fact, I'll keep that little bit, and that can be where it goes into the atomizer. The clamps. The clamps! Yeah, what I'm gonna do is, look at this thing, and the mess ups. Well, hi. Like, here's the wire, right? The mess up is right here. So it's good here, it's good down here. This is where it's spaced out. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just wrap it up, get as much wrapped as I can, and this might just end up being discarded, whatever. So we'll just have to see how it goes. But one thing that's cool about wire that's this thick is you wrap it and it stays in its position. It's been a while since I've used wire this thick. Okay.
What'd you make?
Huh?
Something?
Food?
Yeah, it
No.
still smells like steak in here.
No, I didn't make nothing, baby.
Oh man.
like that. This is insanely huge. Nobody would. CJ says hi.
Hi.
You'd never use one this wide on a competition coil, because it would drop its ohms too much. So I overwrapped it so I can pull some off of this side and pull some off of this side. But this is what it looks like wrapped. Croc says, hello, Rady.
Hi. Hello. Oh, hello.
Oh, hello.
Ping pong.
Yeah, ping pong.
Ping pong out.
My ping pong owl. Alright, where do I need to go here? Is this as close as the damn thing gets? Let's see. Wait.
Have you fed her at all?
Yeah, I have, but not in a minute.
Roxy, no.
Alright, let me try this one.
It's not time yet. No.
There we go, that's a little better. So, some people, geek out to the point where they want every strand to line up and whatever. Back in the day when people were all crazy on Instagram over this shit. I mean, people were like totally serious, man. It was crazy. Those are crazy times, man. So let's see what happens now. Try and wrap this batch. All right, we gotta flatten this out more. It's wrapped too tight and it doesn't want to move. I mean, I've seen guys take like two potato chip. I've seen guys take two needle nose pliers and to have to straighten them out, and I don't have another needle nose in here, but I'm using this thing over here. ish. Yeah, this is definitely thicker wire. And what was it, 24 gauge? You know, yeah, it's been a while since I've used 24 gauge. And I mean, this has got 2 cores of 24. So I wonder what this ohms out to. Probably something like totally ridiculous. So we'll cut that off there. We can test this, see what it ohms out to at a, see how many wraps this is. Probably something stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 wraps. I mean, that'll bring it down quite a bit, or bring it up, I should say, quite a bit. You wouldn't want to vape this on a Mac, but I normally vape like 5 wraps. So what we'll do is we'll pull some of this off. Pull some of this off. You're listening in stereo. I have my laptop connected to my Flex Boom box and Bluetooth. Oop. Ick. Old. Alright, so we're going to look at this. There we go. It's got the 2 cores. You can see. And that's, you know, see how it stays together much better. How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's still a lot. We'll test it how it is at 7. But I think I'm going to drop it to 5 and see what that does. And if we can get it to be something crazy, I might just pull this build and put it into the Kennedy and rock a Mac. Right, so okay, so that's 0.9. Well, it's dancing all over the place. 0.7. Okay, so that's, when I squeeze that, that big of a coil drops down to a 0.5. Ooh. Let's pull some off and see what it does. That's crazy to me. That's pretty crazy. Okay, I have 1 errand to get done. That's eating at my brain, so I'm going to get it done. See you in a bit. All right, man. So we're going to take this off. It was 7, right? So we're going to take this off and yeah, fuck it, we'll just keep coming off this side. So we got 5. And we'll roll that back up onto it. put this. That frickin' took off. All right, so we got that. Let's see what this looks like. That's 0.5, also 0.4. So let's see what's going on here. We got you to go on like that. That's about as far as I want to go with that. Clip you off like this. Come on. That stuff is thick. Yeah, but I took 2 off, right? And I wanted to drop it to 5, so I took off 2, then I took off another 2, and see this one right here. And I had 2 different coils too, so this one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one's 8, and I've already taken 1 off. See, it was wrapped. See how it's kind of got that curve to it? It was wrapped around, so this is probably the one that had 9. And we're going to go backwards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 6, 5. And we're going to grab this and do a little snippy. And maybe I can make another coil out of that. It looks like there's enough. In fact, let me just try real quick. I don't think this piece is enough. So we'll toss that. This looks like it probably is. I've never vaped with fused Claptons before. Done a lot of the staggered fused. All right, so that's 5. We'll just bring it to 7. Yeah, that was plenty. So we can put you with anybody, because we can obviously tell that you're not like one of these is not like the other. Right, so we're gonna look at you and you have to wait till 6 to get it done. We want 5 coil final wrap before it goes onto the vape, right? That's just my kind of ideal wrap. And the reason is because if it's too wide, it can be kind of hard for the juice to get inside, right? This is short enough that the juice can make it in there pretty easily, right? That's why you could cut off cut 4 coils off. Yeah, right. Because it was at 9, and I was just wrapping it, just kind of wrapping up what was good on there, and keeping an eye on the wire, and because there was mess ups in it, and I just kind of kept wrapping until I got to what was bad, and then I snipped that off, and knowing that I was going to pull it off anyways. And then once I did that, I pulled off what was too much, and ended up with enough to make actually an extra coil. So I've got 2 5-wraps, and what did this one end up as? A 7-wrap, which probably won't stay as a 7-wrap. I'll probably end up pulling 2 off of that too. But okay, I'll flip this around so you can see what we're doing. Plus, I really just want to show you the mess. Down a little bit more. Zoom in a bit. Boing. No, not that much. All right, so you can see down here how it says non. That means there's nothing in there, right? I can do this, and that's going to jump all over the place, but it's basically an ohm reader. In fact, that's exactly what it is. It tests for resistance. So you take one end, you clip it on here. I'll lift it up so the numbers and shit are out of the damn words. Clip it on the other end. And it goes to, it says 8.4, but I don't really believe that. Because these clips are kind of chintzer. I bet you if I were to squeeze on this, it'll drop. And hold it tight. And what I can do also is put it over here to the red, and we can actually fire this damn thing. It still shows the ohms, but we can heat this coil. And you can grab it like this and hold it. And that'll help this thing stay together. You heat it up and then let it cool, and it will kind of stay together. Oh, damn it. See? So we'll let that cool off. We'll do the same thing to this other guy, wherever the hell it went. Roxy, stop. You're a dog. You trying to tell me how much of a dog you are? Guess what? I know. So now take this, heat it up. Oh, we're getting hot legs. Getting some hot legs. And it's probably because this thing is all tweaked over. Let me remedy that real quick. Oops. Don't want to melt the top of this damn thing. Yeah, that's hot as shit. Okay, so right, yeah, we're trying to create memory in the metal, you know. You manipulate it and then you heat it and cool it, and then, you know, the metal crystals realign, and they're like, hey, I've always been like this. What are you talking about? All right, man. Atomizer short. How is that possible? Let's try to heat up. There we go. Okay, we'll disconnect this. Well, these things are hot. It's about ready to melt the damn rubber. Oh, that stuff is soft. Oh, and it did on this one. See that? That's bullshit. That shouldn't happen. This is probably, these things stay hot forever. So, these are pretty much cooled off now. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, you know. I probably should take these things, right? Because this is what this needs to connect to this, and actually connect this to some decent alligator clips. I mean, sure they grab and whatever, but I mean, look at this. It's like a flimsy piece of copper plated something, you know. Right, yeah, I got both of them just now, but this one, pretty good. I mean, it went all the way through. Right, yeah, this is basically what it is. That's, you know, the old school doobie snack holder. But we'll put this back in here real quick, And we'll see how the resistance has changed now that they've been heated and kind of put into their permanent position, if you will. So it probably has dropped a little bit. Now it says 1.3. So 2 of these apparently is going to make like a 0.5, which I just don't believe. And this guy was saying it was a competition build. You know, it's still warm. It's a little warm, but damn. Maybe it's because, I don't know. Competition builds, though, that's like 0.09. Like really, really sub-ohming. That's competition builds. I mean, look at that. It's above an ohm. Now it's dropping. But, so according to this, 2 of these would equal out to like a 0.4, a 0.42. Now that I just hit it, it'd be a 0.34-ish. We'll give it that. Half of 7, 3.5. So, basically whatever this is, if you have 2 of them that are the same, if you double it, whatever the reading is, it gets cut in half. Oh, now it's up to 9 point whatever. So, I don't know. The ohm reader in this thing is kind of finicky. And I think it has to do with these chintz-ass clips. It's just not grabbing it firm enough to actually give an accurate reading. For a second it was just at 2 something. Yeah, 2.5. 2 of these things is going to be 1 ohm. That's no. There's no way. There's no fucking way. No way. Like, here, I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to you right now. I'm going to take a piece of 24 gauge, 1 wire. 1 wire, right? And this has got 2 of them in it. 2 of these, right? And shit wrapped around it. You can take 24 gauge and wrap it 5 times, and I believe this turns out to be 5, a 0.5. 1, 2, 3. Oh, fuck my eyes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so now lead length and all that shit affects it, right? But I am almost positive this turns out to be a 0.5. Okay, well, that's what 2 of them. 1.0. It's just jumping all over the place. Let's try this. I mean, it's dropped all the way down to 0.7, 0.59. Yeah, so this is janky for this type of shit. I don't trust this guy. Great idea. It's good for heating it. You know, it works for heating it. You know, if you don't care about things catching on fire. What a fucking... I mean, I got this from my buddy. It's a great building station. And what's cool is you can put it in here and actually heat it up in here. Because what we used to have to do is build on our deck, right? And heat it in here, you know, if we wanted to do all that shit. So we'd be like, you know, doing all this bullshit, you know, working on it here and all that stuff. But it's cool to have it all here. You know, it's just, you set it down and use both your hands. And yeah. Well, I'm sure if you screw it in here, it'll give you an ohm reading too. I'm pretty sure it would. Like, let's take a look. So I just took a hit off this, so it's going to be a little off. All right, so it's 0.16. Let's see what it says on this guy. .19. So yeah, it's a little off. And 0.16 again. Yeah, and you want it to, you know, because that's going to dictate the amount of watts that it sends to it, you know. So if your ohms are off, the watts and the amps will be off, and you know, maybe you'll end up frying something, you know, in your atomizer. Hold on a second. Show me, what do you want? Food? Go. Oh, it's dinner time, I see. You're such a lucky girl. You and your 12 dinners. There you go, pretty girl. Okie dokie. Okay. Sure. Let's go get mom. Okay. I think I'm going to try one more fuse clapped in and then call it for the building portion. Straighten this, that's right. So instead of doing that, let's stick it in here. That's what I've been doing, is wrapping it in there when I can just hold the damn thing. That'd be just so much faster. I can actually pull it too. Oops. Give it a little bend. There we go. Okay. Boing, 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 ba-dee, ba-dee, boing, boing. Okay, huh. Claws on the floor. I just like all the noises Roxy makes, huh? What's that shit called? I always mix up the letters. AMSR, I don't know what it's called. You know, I actually just go through and like block all of that stuff because I think those people are creepy. I block that and all the witchcraft. When I'm not, you know, when I myself are watching lives and nobody I know is on, I just go through and block people, you know. Last little bit tripped out, so I gotta do that, and do that, that. Oh God, I think it's about straight, so I'm gonna get that. I'm probably gonna have to get it straightened out with the wire that I wrap it with. I'm really gonna try and get this to wrap evenly. That was tough. Tough jobber. Tighten the shit out of you. Where the... Oh, that's right, I dropped it. It just took off. I've probably already gone through 100 feet of this stuff. Okay, we'll set you right there. We'll see. Oh, shit. This is just not the same as a regular Clapton. laid down all right, but the spacing was weird, so we're doing pretty good. This is my second one now, ever of this kind. So. Move you. You know, I've seen guys do this shit, right? And they're like holding the wire back here. You know, I have no idea how they can get the control to do it. I don't know. I'll try on this last little bit and see if, you know, to me it seems insane. I don't know, that worked pretty good. But it's not as tight. But I don't know, maybe maybe that helps. Let me see what's going on here. Had a huge issue with dog sounds for about 5 years. I really appreciate her. I'll discuss it publicly, but give her a hug for me. We worked on desensitizing exposure to dogs. Roxy keeps us on our toes to continue the tolerance project. Okay, cool. Right on, right on. Yeah, I have a friend that, oh shit. I'll be right back. This is my dad. This might take a... Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I don't know if you're still here or not, but I had a friend who got bit on his face when he was a little kid, and he had been kind of afraid of dogs his whole life, but he would own dogs, right? And like those dogs were okay, and but like other dogs, they you know, if they growled or did anything, it would just really trip them out, you know. But you know, I understand that some people, things can sit with them. You know, and they don't get over stuff quite as easy as other people. Competition coils my ass. Hmm. All right, we're gonna wrap this big ass thing and see what we end up with. We're just gonna do 5 wraps and then clip it and keep going with more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to do one more because that last wrap on my first wrap looks like shit. So we're going to take this and pull it back. There we go. That's more magical. Grab this guy. Stick this down into here. Clip that off. And then clip you off. Grab you. There we go. There's a coil. We'll take this. And we will do one of these. Boing. Boing. Are you in here, CJ, or is that somebody else? One, two, three, four, five. I mean, it's okay if it's somebody else. I'd just one. Just one. Okay. Okay. I'll put you there. Boing, boing, boing. And we're going to cut you off right here. Boing. There we go. Okay, back. Okay. Okay. Keep going. Yes. All right, so there's that, and there's that. Okay. I'll take this and point. So there's 3. I think we might be able to get 4 out of this piece. Let's see. That just might be enough. We will see. Okay. Okay, so we can grab this thing and pull some of it off. Forever. Yes. That kid was weirdo, wasn't he? The one that stopped in here. I forget what his name was. Something pursuing excellence or achieving excellence or whatever it was. You know? And, you know, that was, you know, it was too bad. Too bad he was dumb. You know? You know, he's coming in here talking shit to, you know, a bunch of people that, you know, I think are pretty cool. And he really just has no idea what the hell he's doing. Other than he's just being a dipshit, you know? Oh, they're probably loud. You know? Do you not watch TV ever? Is that not your thing? He was 11, you think? Yeah, I could tell he was young, you know, just by the way he was talking, and then, you know, tried to play victim real quick. You know, he comes in here and basically acts like a complete dumbass. And when we were like, hey, you know, you're acting dumb, he's like, oh, bullies. It's like, what? We didn't come find you and like call you names or anything like that. You showed up here, shit on the floor, and we said, hey, you shit on the floor. That's stupid. You know? Bad. I don't know. Cyberbullying. Grow up, dude. Yeah, you don't own a TV. There's nothing wrong with that, to be honest with you. Nothing wrong with that. I remember when I was younger, I wasn't really allowed to watch that much TV. Um, and so like when I'd go to like my friends' houses, they'd always just have it on, and I'd get sucked into that stuff. And you know, it was a trip. And the TV that did get played was stuff that wasn't like for me. You know, it was like sports shows and things that I wasn't interested in. You know, things that like my dad wanted to watch, and you know, I wasn't in ever really into sports. I could really care less. You know, I wasn't really into any of the things that like other people were doing or what kids were doing. You know, like kids would like, you know, play pretend, you know, like pretend war and, you know, all this other stuff. And it was like, for me, it was like, but it's not real, you know, like that stick isn't a gun, you know, like let's get some guns and shoot things, you know, like I've got a BB gun in the house, you know, let's get that and let's shoot it. I don't want to stand here and like, you know, pretend. You know, now you got kids that have, but even adults that have taken pretending to like the craziest level. You know, they permanently want to live in fake land. You know, and when you like try and bring them back to reality, you're like a hater. You know, like people that dress up as dogs and I don't know, all kinds of funky, weird shit, you know. And what's funny is you can watch like old TV shows or comic skits and like they like made fun of like this is at a time when like this stuff was like unthinkable, you know. They'd like have skits that like made fun of like a world that would be like this, you know. And now it's like it's actually a thing. Haven't had a TV since 2015. Well, nothing wrong with it. You know, to be honest with you. Really, there's nothing wrong with that. Where the hell is the wire that I just made? I swear I put it in something. I think I'm going to put it in here instead. There it is. Oh, it was the first time. Yeah, yeah, it was some comedy stuff, you know. And since it's like a popular show and the people on it are, you know, from that world of popularity and stuff, a lot of the stuff is like kind of like overdone and can be kind of ridiculous and There's a lot of characters and persona that's put into that shit. And what really bothers me about some of the comics is a lot of the stuff isn't really authentic. You know, like they just come out and it's like, okay, I know that people will laugh at this, so I'm going to tell jokes about this. You know, which is fine, right? They're trying to make it and whatever. But I much rather want to see like authentic comedy. You know, like this person's perspective on certain things that are weird or whatever it is, you know. Not, I'm going to cater my act to people, you know. Okay, I will do that. But, you know, I know there's some people that would be like, yeah, well, you know, they're trying to make it big. They want to be famous. Fuck it. Do whatever it takes. It's like, yeah. Some people are willing to do that. I will. You know, I believe you'll find that I do what I say. Sooner or later, you'll find that out about me. I do the things that I say I'm going to do. And that's because I can't stand people that don't. So I'm not going to be that way. Oh, yeah, sure, I'll get right on that. Here, Rox. Jump up. Somebody else is in here right now. I wonder who it is. Roxy, you're a dog. Okay? You're a puppy dog and a muffin and an Ebon up and Roop and Scrapple. You can't have any more snacks. Okay? No. No more snacks. Snack? No. No snack. No. Leave it. Out. Go get mom. Go tell mom. Go get her. Go tell mom. Roxy, you're a dog. You know, shit. She's become convinced that she can tell us what to do. You know what I'm saying? And it's because she's spoiled. Right? And that's why you just gotta remind her, hey, you're a dog. And you know, she doesn't give up. You know, because she knows. She'll just sit there and whine, and cry at you. Huh? Come here. It feels so good to make you lick the air. Yeah. Yeah, she's very loved. Oh yeah, yeah, I know. I know. You know, we all do. We all have limited time. In fact, some of us might have less time than her. You know, we go out and drive vehicles and you know, have to interact with other people and do all kinds of things like, you know, work and do whatever, and things happen. So you know, I haven't lost sight of that. You know, so we spoil her, and there's, you know, she's our baby. Aren't you? You're a baby girl. You a puppy dog. Rock dog. You pretty girl. Hmm. Oh, she's probably got years left. I mean, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but you know, like I've said before, her dad lived till he was 18, and you know, she's 12. Done adulting. Well, that's good. So, I mean, if it wasn't for the gray on her face, you know, she's really not showing any signs of age. You know, she still acts exactly the same. You know, she jumps up and down off stuff just like she always has. And, you know, I've got friends who have dogs that are younger than her, and, you know, they're having trouble going upstairs and, you know, all that stuff. And she's, you know, Roxy still, you know, plays fetch and runs and, you know, does all the stuff, you know. But, you know, you know, it's not that I'm in denial or anything like that, you know, but there's, you know, that we still have some time with her. So, Oh, I see. Yeah. The drooly phase. Well, I think I'm gonna get off here and go lay down. My back is killing me. I've done quite a bit of sitting in this damn chair. Um, but I will see you guys tomorrow, and we'll be jamming. Um, I'm probably going to head out into the room tomorrow early and work on the sound a little bit. See if I can do a few things to get things set up as good as I can. So when Mike gets here, it's not going to be a big problem to get him EQ'd. And, just try and get things as streamlined as possible for the stream tomorrow with everybody. Yeah, I'm going to do that. That was annoying. I plugged it in, right? But it didn't charge. I wasn't using the charger that I'm using now, which is a higher powered charger. I mean, I was down to 5%, and I've been doing this, and it's up to 30 something right now. So it's slow, but when I'm, doing things on it. But if it's just sitting there, it'll charge in no time. So it'll be 100% and ready to rock. So it'll make it through the whole jam session and be good to go. Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. That'll be the first time that we've done a stream with Mike audible, through the system. The last one was kind of just, putting the phone on the stand and letting it go through the microphone. And, I went back and listened to it, and there was clicks and pops, and, we were overloading the damn microphone and the phone. So it wasn't ideal. Going in through the mixer is just so much better, especially if, you got the levels right, So I'm going to spend a little bit of time fine-tuning that a little bit more. It's never going to be perfect. So as perfect as I want it anyways. But I'm going to do that. But I'm going to get off here and go and lay down with my wife and while she watches dumb shows. And I'm probably going to watch a few lives. So, I don't know. Search around through the lives. Maybe you'll run into me. So, see you tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, and I'll thank my wife for having the television be at a reasonable volume. Here's a couple clicks for you. Oh, I messed up. There we go. Oh, that's nice. Okay, I will. Rock Dog, come here. Jump up. Want some kisses? No, good kisses. Yeah, all the kisses. Yeah. All right. All right, I'll see you guys. Have a good one.